Okay, so I'm a multidisciplinary artist, and I work in the directions of digital art, generative design. I do scenography for musical events, and I do interactive installations with audio and visuals. Well, mainly I work with visual in strong connection to the audio and sound and to music. And in my artistic experiments and research, I rely on the ideas of the synthesis of arts, which was developed in the avant-garde community in the early 20th century. And as I mentioned, the audio source is very important for my works, and I take the vibrations of the sound and I take them as inspiration to create the shapes, the rhythms, the structure of the compositions of my visuals. And in my search for sounds, I usually collaborate with sound designers, sound artists, with the musicians. I very love to work with musicians, with the bands, to make some really cool visual things for the environment of the concert. And sometimes I search for sounds myself. I do field recordings. I take the recorder and go to the city, go to the nature, and I record all the noises, the singing of the birds and the things that happen around me. And these materials I also use as inspirational basis for the next research and creative process. And as one of the logical evolutions of my research was working with virtual reality. And I found it very exciting to make things that could immerse a person into this state of feeling the music. And I have one of my projects is called Any Which Way, which was made for VR as a musical experience. I was collaborating with my friends musicians, and we were thinking about how to make a music video, music clip to their songs. And I decided to make a virtual reality music video. And I made a small recording of this experience. This is a real-time experience, so it cannot be recorded, and you can't have this feeling of being inside of it, because it has just happened in the time when it is working on exhibition or on the event. And I would like to show you a small piece of it, just to make you see what kind of things I make and how it looks like. I would like to share screen, and yeah. And show you. Here it is.
Such a rush, any of the heartaches that I know I will heal you if you let me. And any which way, and any which way you do, and any which way, and any which way, such a crush. Any of the heartaches that I know I will heal you if you let me. Which way you go. which way is such a crush? Any secrets I've been told I will tell you if you let me. You let after all, your eyes glow, your hunting stew, ring of hands and on it all dries, bound to come back, come back. Try to break away, but after all, your eyes glow, your hunting stew, ring of hands and on it all dries, bound to come back tomorrow.
This was the example of my first time making something in VR, and as you could see, there were pre-recorded video samples which I collaged inside. There were some geometry forms which were generated in real time and were audio reactive to everything that happens there. Is supposed to surround the person which is inside the experience, and all the forms are floating. They're supposed to emphasize the atmosphere of this disturbing music which happens all around you.
Sveta, sorry for interrupt.
Yes.
I suppose there was a question from Samuel, and also we maybe should clarify where is better to, when is, or maybe during.
Oh yeah. If you have questions now, maybe you can ask them now. But when we'll start this lecture part, I think that we will have a small time after lecture for questions if you have some. But if you have now, please ask.
I didn't have a question. I might have clicked something by accident.
So, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's good.
Okay.
Get the question clear.
Okay. So this is what I do. and this is what inspires me. And I'm very excited to be on this workshop series because it's a great opportunity for me to see what people could also imagine and realize and make in virtual reality. And I'm very excited to share with you my knowledge. And of course, this is the process that I will learn a lot of things from you as well. So now I would like to know you better. And how about each of you tell me few of the words about yourself, about where you're from and what do you do, and why have you chosen this series of workshops, and why are you interested in this sound art? So please, anyone who wants to tell us about yourself.
I could moderate then. Okay, so I have some kind of a order that managed by Zoom, and Natasha, after three of us, Svetlana, Nikita, Mateo, maybe Mateo, do you think we should also introduce yourself?
Sure. Yeah,
And
so
can you maybe start?
I'm Mateo, and I am the initiator of the Lyrical Gravity project, which is a project that is structured on more levels. These open labs that we are hosting are a way to get to know more about VR and audiovisual worlds in virtual reality and augmented reality. And we used part of our fundings to offer these free labs to you. And they're funded by the House of Europe Ukraine in collaboration with the Berliner Senat. Yeah, now that I've done the official statement, what do I'm interested, I'm interested in sound. Music theater and experimental music theater is a big part of my practice. And as I said, I would like to learn more about how to envision sound in audiovisual worlds. I'm not a sound artist myself. I collaborate with Samuel Hatz, who's also in the course. But yeah, I have the feeling that I have to build a fantasy around what's possible and look at examples to then understand more how to go about it in my work. That's from my side.
Okay, thank you. Then I will tell a few words about myself also, and then I would ask Natasha to, if I'm pronouncing right, to proceed. So my name is Nikita. I'm also participated in the project more in the technical parts of it, and I'm really interested in virtual worlds, and I'm building some, and also the topic of art and virtual reality art. I managed the festival previous year that was called Frontier. It was a festival of VR art in Kiev and Kharkiv in Ukraine, and I'm based in Ukraine. Yeah, and I'm producing some music too. Okay, so then Natasha, could you proceed?
So can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Natasha. I live in Vienna. I was originally a graphic designer, but studied art again, and I'm working with installations, objects. Used to work with documentary film, but not so much anymore. With all the interactive stuff, I'm usually working with a friend, a programmer. And I had a girl a year ago, so this course today is kind of also an opportunity to dive into research again and see something new after a year of playing on the ground. And I'm sorry, I have to collect her at the kindergarten. It's new. But for the next times, I'll have a babysitter, hopefully.
Got it. Thank you. Remy, could you proceed?
Yeah, my name is Remy Mugabe. I'm from Rwanda, and I am a filmmaker and a visual artist. So I'm interested. I got interested in this course because I like to explore, like to create words and explore any art form. So I'm here to learn so that I may get skills that may help me to create some fantastic or fantasies words and in my future project.
Thank you. Alexander?
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Alexander. I'm originally from Ukraine and now based in Sweden. And I'm an engineer and but also interested mostly in photography. But before actually applying to this course, I watched this work that you, Svetlana, just showed in your which way. I watched this clip and I found this really awesome. So that was my inspiration to join this course. So I thought, yeah, that should be fun to join. And yeah, to learn something new.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Alexander also participated in the course of Darina, performative art and virtual and augmented realities. Okay, Shan.
Hi, I'm Shan. I'm still an electronic music composer, and I mainly do live electronics, use controllers or motion tracking before working, but I'm also do graphic scores or using coding to write motion graphic score. That's one of my aspects. And recently I'm starting to do more multimedia works, and I supposed to have like 2 installation exhibition like this semester, like this year or last year, but it's just like because of the COVID, it's everything postponed. And I'm thinking push them, like transform them into VR online exhibition or something. So that's why I joined this course and lecture. Oh, I'm original from China and right now I'm based in LA.
Thank you. If you guys want to share any link to your SoundClouds or any other sources, then please do. And here in the Discord also. Camille?
Yeah, hi, so I'm Camille. I'm living in Berlin, but I'm from France. And so I started experimenting with Blender and Touch Designer since last year. Before that, I've done a bit of coding, but I'm programming, and usually I'm working as a writer. So I do lots of projects with some friends, like music video projects. They're doing the music and I'm trying to make graphics out of it. So that's why I'm super interested in that course, to kind of put everything together and work on, voila. Yeah.
And you are currently in France, right?
No, in Berlin.
In Berlin, okay.
Yeah, yeah. I live in Germany since 5 years. Yeah.
Okay, Samuel?
Hi, I'm Samuel. I'm originally from the US, but also living in Berlin now. Yeah, I'm a composer and a researcher mainly. I work with Matteo, as Matteo said, on the Lyrical Gravity project, as well as actually since a couple years in the past on a couple other projects. Yeah, I work mainly kind of between composed music for ensembles and these sorts of situations, as well as with electronic music, and sometimes in more installation context, let's say. And on the side of this, I work quite closely with the HKW in Berlin, the House Kultur in the Welt on the Anthropocene curriculum. So I do a lot of work on relationships between sound and environment, climate change, and human geographies. My interest here is, I mean, I've done a lot of work with electronic music and coding platforms, but I haven't done so much with kind of interaction with virtual reality or augmented reality sorts of context. So I'm super curious also for purposes of the Lyrical Gravity project to figure out how to work that kind of previous knowledge into more interactive or kind of surround environments as pertains to, yeah, audience interaction. So super curious to hear what happens.
Thank you. Alexei and Anastasia.
Hello, I'm Anastasia and this is Alexei. We are from Ukraine. And Alexei is a visual artist, and recently he started immersing himself in blockchain, VR, 3D art, and I like watching all this process. And I'm a singer. I sing traditional Ukrainian or Slavic songs. And recently I started writing electronic music for videos of Alexei. And I'm really interested in the technologies like blockchain, VR, and like how to connect this all. And I want to know it from this course.
Thank you. Michael or Mikhail?
Yeah, hello. I'm Michael, based in Berlin. I'm a transdisciplinary researcher, and I'm primarily interested in sound from a kind of post-music perspective. Topics like machine listening and non-musical art, sound as energy, sound as virtualization and sonification. And I have a project called Imperfect VR, which is about low-level accessible VR for everyone. And I've been in the first part of the course already, and it was great. And I'm looking forward to this part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Veronica?
Hi, I'm from Brazil. I am an artist and a photographer. And I was recently, this past year, studying about augmented reality and virtual worlds all by myself, trying to understand a little bit more. So that's why I'm here, to maybe understand a little bit more of how I can go to another level of interactive art with other people. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina?
Yes, hello. I'm Ukrainian artist and I am tradition artist. In last year, I meet the VR in the hackathon. Now I want to learn this technology and do my idea in this technology.
Thank you. Thank you. Lena?
Hi, I'm Lena. Hello, everyone. And I come more from just producing pop music, and but I also compose for theater and film. And I kind of want to open other spaces up. So I'm interested in the augmented reality and VR in a space that could open also, that could fuse something like genre, new genre of music and new way of making music. Thank you.
Thank you. Vera?
Hello. Hi to everyone. My name is Vera and I'm a visual artist. Actually, I was studying music 8 years but all my life in visual arts, I combine music experience with painting. So when I listen to music, I produce dots, lines, shapes of my paintings. So it was always connected in my art practice. And last year I'm working in VR, and I found out that when we are creating augmented reality experience or virtual reality, it is not enough to create only visual experience. Without sound, it is and create audio responsive virtual immersive experience. So for me, a very interesting question, how can I do that? Audio responsive experience. So, and I wanted to know during this course. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Svetlana.
Thank you very much for introducing yourselves. And now we see that we have artists, sound artists as well. So I think we have things to know more. And today, the plan is the first workshop will be, I will be giving you a brief understanding of the history of sound art. So we will begin from the prehistoric parts, from knowing some major names of artists who worked in this field and who influenced the development of sound art as a artistic vision. So today the history, and the next workshop will be about instruments and techniques which could help you to produce sound pieces, or where can we find sounds in internet or in our environment, and how can we work with them. And after that, after this theoretical part, we will go to the practical part, when we will be learning how to work with Mozilla Hubs, with its interface, with what can it give you, what kind of instruments does it have to create your own prototype of virtual reality sound environment. So I'm having this some topics and theses that I have written to myself, so to understand what should I tell you. Okay, let's begin. So what is actually called sound art? The glossary of the anthology Audio Culture describes it as a general term for works of art that focus on sound and are often produced for galleries or museum installations. And like many genres of contemporary art, sound art may be interdisciplinary in nature or be used in hybrid forms. So it could be not only sound, but not music, not noise, but even silence. Even some visual effects could be not primary, but the secondary to what we hear in art pieces. And I would like to begin with the prehistoric part and mention Edward Leon Scott de Martinville, who was the first to invent the phonautograph, a sound recording machine, and he made a recording of a woman singing. And so to understand, this machine was made just to record. And years after, there was invented a machine which could reproduce the recorded sound. And I would like to share screen and show you how the prototype looked like and the sound of what it recorded. So let me give me just a minute. Okay. Share. Okay. So can you see it?
Yeah.
This is the original prototype. So as you can hear and as you can see, the sound is very dirty. It's not perfect, but you can slightly hear the melody, and it was 1860 year. So it's like a dinosaur of all sounds. But after that, in 1878, Thomas Edison, he made a patent of, he made this sound recording machine better. He improved it, and he made a patent of it, and he made this machine commercially successful. So what we have today is thanks to Thomas Edison, and we know him as a father of this sound recording machine. And so thanks to this invention, it is possible now to record sound and reproduce it, and to make sound a part of a space without the performers. And with the experience of hearing sounds divorced from their sources, the sound becomes a powerful tool of communicating the artist's ideas to the audience. Just as the image had been, now it is the sound, the main character of the scene. And I would like to mention some major names in this field and their styles that grown from these first pieces. And first of all, I would like to mention Luigi Russolo. He is a futuristic artist, and he started non-musical sounds. He stated that non-musical sounds can be appreciated aesthetically, and he written the Manifesto of Art of Noises in 1913. And he was the one he didn't use the sound recordings, but he was inventing his own machines that were producing sounds. And as he was admired with the noises, those machines were producing noise sounds. And from those instruments, he constructed the orchestra of noise instruments. And he called it Intona Rumori. He was an Italian artist, so it sounds Italian. Intona Rumori. I would like to show you how those things look like, and you could hear how they sound. Just a second. Share screen. Yes. So here are the instruments. They look very minimalistic, I can say, and they sound quite interesting as well. So as you can hear, these instruments, they make urban sounds very close to the machine roar, the noise of the city. And as Luigi was saying, in antiquity, life was nothing but silence. Noise was really not born before the 19th century with the advent of machinery. Today, noise reigns supreme over human sensibility. And as he was very admired with the noises, and so he created this really interesting instruments, and you can hear. I'll show
that kind of portamento that's inherent.
Orchestra. So the orchestra looks like the scene in the musicians, they're like playing this kind of opera, really noisy opera. If you have questions about what I'm showing you, or you want to see more, let's make a small time in the end of the first part, and we will discuss the things we have seen. And I think to divide the workshop into two parts. The first part is now, and then we'll have something like 5 minutes for coffee break in half an hour, okay? So in half an hour, we'll have time for questions and for coffee break. So, after Luigi Rosso, a lot of artists were creating their own instruments and producing sounds, and they were making sound sculptures. And there were Bachet brothers. They were working in early 1950s. And they also were creating their own instruments, but I consider that they are less noisy, but more like sophisticated sounds. I would like to share with you one of these examples that I liked pretty much because of its sophisticated nature, I consider. I will share it. Okay, double check. Here you go. So they made this glass-like, which sounds like organ, I guess. It is called Crystal Bachet. Quite futuristic. The sound is very beautiful and sparkly. So as you can see, this instrument is like well, instrument for producing music, and it the interesting thing about it that it is played with wet fingers on glass rods, and it's so this is why it makes this kind of crystal sound. But again, thanks to the invention of sound recording, an avant-garde sound art and music style has formed in the beginning of the 20th century, and this style has the name of concrete music. This is a type of music composition that utilizes recorded sounds as raw materials. So the fundamental principles of musique concrète, as they call it in French, because I guess it was invented or formed in France, lies in the assemblage of various natural sounds recorded on tape or discs to produce a montage of sound. Sounds are often modified through the application of audio effects and tape manipulation techniques and may be assembled into a form of montage. Well, so it's like a musical sound collage, and it's a great field of inventing new ideas and new forms of communicating to the audience. And one of the great representatives of this sound art direction was Halim El-Dabh, and he made a wire recorded piece called Zar. And he was an Egyptian student when he took a sound recording machine, and he went outside to the city, and he got on Zar ceremony, some ritual ceremony which takes place in Egyptian, and he recorded the sounds, and then he manipulated them and made some effects and composed this sound art piece, and it was shown in 1944 on a gallery. So I would like you to show this, to hear this piece. Just a second. This is quite noisy thing. It can disturb you much, but it's very interesting to hear. Okay. I would like to say that this technique of field recording and sound montage and editing and creating sound art from ready-made sounds is used by very many artists, like DJs as well. They are like sound artists in this sphere. But I have chosen this particular example because I wanted to emphasize how important to hear your own environment. So your own sound atmosphere or soundscape is so unique that it could be an art piece itself, as this art ceremony. Maybe if you live in Egypt, it's a normal thing to hear this kind of sounds, but if you hear it from France or from Ukraine or from India, you hear it as like something absolutely surreal, something that you will have, you don't have opportunity to hear it in your homeland. So I wanted just to emphasize how a soundscape of your own can be a unique art piece for someone who is not familiar with your culture. And after this, I would like to go to John Cage. I think he's very, very influential artist, and he's an American composer, a music theorist, artist, and philosopher. And he's a pioneer of electroacoustic music and non-standard use of musical instruments. He was one of the leading figures of the post-war avant-garde. And I wanted to tell about his piece that impresses me much, because he says about importance of listening, the silence, because he considers that there is no such thing as silence. Even if there's nothing happens, if there is no source of sound, that doesn't mean that there is no sound. We can hear wind blowing, we can hear our own heart beating, we can hear a lot of ambience around us, even if there is no musical instrument or sound source. And he created a piece which is called 4 minutes, 33 seconds. It's a free movement composition, and it was composed in 1955 for any instrument or combination of instruments. And the score instructs performers not to play their instrument during the entire duration of the piece throughout the free moments. So imagine the orchestra of instruments, and they are ready to play, but they're not playing a sound. And this was revolutionary in music, in sound art, because nobody ever emphasized the attention to the silence. And the performance silence allowed the sounds of the surroundings and audience members to become the music itself. So when you cough, when someone sneezes, or when someone whispers, it becomes this sound of your own orchestra. And everything becomes the music itself, entirely randomly and uniquely, by listening to the noises around is during 4 minutes and 33 seconds. And as John Cage says, there's no such thing as silence. What they thought that was silence because they didn't know how to listen. was full of accidental sounds. You could hear the wind stirring outside during the first movement. During the second, raindrops began pattering the roof. And during the third, the people themselves made all kinds of interesting sounds as they talked or walked out. In this part, I consider the thing about silence and sitting in silence is very important, because if you can't hear sound, you can't hear the idea. And I think we can have this question part if you have any questions, and go for a 5-minute break. So if anybody would like to ask anything or have some ideas to discuss, even if you have your own thoughts, you can just turn on and tell us what are you thinking about it.
I heard about this, this story before, and I think it was quite conceptual, especially for was it 50s, right? In the 50s last century, right? This 4 minutes 33 seconds.
Yeah, it's 1955 when he composed it. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Actually, I would like to say that in 1922 year, it was composed a similar composition by Ukrainian avant-garde composer. I actually don't remember his name, but it was Ukrainian avant-garde before John Cage. So he just stole an idea.
Oh, so you can say that a Ukrainian avant-garde artist made silence composition in the beginning, right?
Yeah, 6 years ago, I was in Philharmonic Orchestra concert in Kiev, and they were playing Ukrainian and Russian avant-garde composers. And it was shock to my mind, because we were sitting and just hearing sound between music lines. So it was silence, our breath, and music in our mind, how we can imagine it. And then when normally in normal composition, it's like a break, short break, we hear sound of violins, like zzz, and then silence, zzz, zzz, in silence. It was shock for my understanding of music. It was very cool, but it was much earlier during Cage.
That would raise the question for me if the Ukrainian silence is different from the John Cage silence. I wanted to share an idea that I read somewhere about sound, which kept in my head, which I find quite interesting. Like from the physics perspective, sound is an opportunity for, if two bodies touch each other, like rub or stuff like that, they create sound. And in physical perspective, this is to get rid of energy. So if there would be no sound happening, the bodies would keep the energy and would get hotter and hotter and hotter, and there would be no life in the universe. So sound is something that enables energy to get out of collision, and thus I found this idea really, really poetic and interesting. That it's a dissemination of energy when something touches each other, and I don't know what to do with it, but it's something I keep in my head for a long time. Thank you.
Yeah, I think sound is one of the forms of hearing the energies. I think it's in Eastern philosophy, there is things about that you don't keep your energy for yourself, but you make it flow and flow through yourself, because if it's static, it doesn't give you any good things. So yeah, I think sound is like this kind of river or flow, which has to come through our bodies, through our minds, and to somehow energize us. Yeah, I think so. Okay, if you would like to discuss something more, we can come back later in 5 minutes. So let's make a 5-minute break to go, I don't know, to make a coffee, a sip of water, and we'll come back at, well, it's now 5 minutes and will be 10 minutes. Okay? So see you in 5 minutes.
Yeah, Svetlana, I think it's best if you leave the room open and participants can exit and enter later. So please.
Yeah, I'm not closing the room. I'm even keeping my camera. I'll just mute the sound of my microphone.
Perfect.
So everybody could see if we're here already. Cool. So see you in 5 minutes. Okay. Is everybody on their places? I can see.
Yes.
Okay, okay. If you're in, please turn on your camera so I could see if everybody here.
Yeah, we can continue, then people will fill in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we continue, and I would like to go from the silence of John Cage's to the sound architecture and creating sound environments. So there is an invisible architecture, a sonically perceived space that is not necessarily dependent on the visual stimuli. And when we're creating sound, we're also creating space. And it is all about getting into a virtual sonic architecture, an imaginative conception of space that is not just physical in terms of the context, but audible, perceptual. A way of altering the narrative and emotional aspects of a story by actually altering the space itself in terms of character, a circumstance, a specific event, or a certain sense of place. So when we're going to the sound space, we're thinking about it as if we could close our eyes and we could hear the structure of the space, not see it, not perceive it with tactile, but hear what happens from left to right, from up to bottom, so we could feel the structure of the room, of the environment, only by the vibrations, the rhythm, the noise, the ambience of this sound bubble we are in. And there are a lot of artists who work as architects, but they, as being educated architects, they understand as well the mechanics of the physics of the sound in the environment. And some of them even work with the body, so you could feel with the whole your body the sounds what that surrounds you. And I would like to start with electronic poem. It is an 8-minute piece of electronic music by composer Edgar Varese. Varese, I guess it's a French name. It's so hard to spell.
It's Varese. Edgar Varese.
Cool, thank you, thank you. Edgar Varese, written for the Philips Pavilion in the 1958 Brussels World's Fair. And this was a grand construction which included architecture forms. It included innovative sound systems. It included visuals, and it was like the chief executive, I know, the main person of this project was Le Corbusier, and his idea was to make how to say electronic poem, like a poem in a bottle, as he said. So the composer composed the piece with the intention of creating a liberation between sounds, and as a result uses noises not usually considered musical throughout the piece. So this was really avant-garde thing, and the interior was to be shaped in a manner similar to the stomach of the cow. That was the idea of the architecture, with the concept that audience members would enter in group at 10-minute intervals. So it will be constantly changing people who are coming inside, hearing, seeing, and going away. And for 2 minutes, as the audience filled in through curved passageways, they would hear a short transition pieces. So they would hear the sounds, the music, and then the room would go into darkness, and spectators who remained standing, they would see the interior music and lights for 8 minutes. So it was like an audio visual architecture show. And I would like to show you the pictures, how it looks, how it looked, because it's not, well, it doesn't work now. So, yes, share screen. So, as you can see, this picture is the pavilion from outside. It looks like a very futuristic geometry-shaped form with some really interesting, I don't know, spaces. And the picture here down, it is from the inside, where you can see these small objects on the walls. I guess it's sound resonators, and this is how the sound was designed here, so it could immerse visitors inside the story. And I can give you to hear a piece of this. Yes. So this is audio visual part of this poem, and it was, well, one of the composers was Edgard, and the second one was, if I understand, Yanis Xenakis. So this was very avant-garde composition. So as you could see from the visuals, this was the kind of avant-garde thing with, and the idea of what we have seen is to go through the history of humanity from the prehistoric part to development of society, and the visuals were gathered and assembled by Le Corbusier, and Yanis Xenakis was making this concrete music piece, which was made from pre-recorded sound pieces, sound effects, and the whole thing was is to immerse the audience into the feeling of what they see and what they hear and where they actually are, because the interior of this pavilion was also influencing the people inside. And at the close of the 8-minute piece, in the end of it, the spectators, they would exit the pavilion digested through another exit, while the next group filled in. So you're like getting inside the pavilion into the stomach, you're somehow see what happens there, you hear what happens there, and then you're like digested out of that. And The audio component was to be a demonstration of the effects of stereophony, reverberation, and echo. Sounds were meant to appear to move in space around the audience. And the composer finally was able to realize the movement of sounds through space from different directions. So the technology those days, it was like a masterpiece, and people who visited the pavilion were very much impressed. And the audio tape consisted of 3 tracks to give the illusion of 3 simultaneous sound sources that could be moving around the space. And there were 350 speakers in 20 amplifiers combinations. Well, I'm sorry, I have some technical problems. I have to pause myself just for a moment. Just I'm sorry for that. And so, yeah, it was a grand sound piece. And okay. Yeah. So I have found this piece and I was very much excited because this kind of space is something enormous. Even nowadays, not so many architects can impress that much. But I have some more examples of how the architecture works with sound art and sound sound environment. The next one is Audium. It's oh, by the way, the previous piece with that pavilion was reconstructed in virtual reality, so you could actually explore it like in those days, but with the help of new technology. And I think later I will send you the link to the VR experience. You could, I don't know if you could experience it home. I think it's more like a demonstrative website to see how it works. And the next thing I wanted to tell is Audium. It's the first theater of its kind in the world, and it was made in 1967 in San Francisco. And it is a sound art event. So it is a theater, a pavilion, where people listening to the sounds in complete darkness, and it is designed to heighten the spatial effect of sounds and for choreographing sounds in space. And so it's working, and for now, so if you go to San Francisco, you can every Friday and Saturday, you can visit these kind of shows. And compositions are developed from acoustic and electronic instruments and form sounds of the natural world used as metaphors. And listeners are bathed in sound sculptures performed through 176 speakers. So in total darkness, and I consider it's very interesting to feel this kind of way. From my side, I can say once I experienced something like that, I was traveling Spain, and I went to Madrid, and I got into some musical event when the audience was seated in the center of the room, and the musicians were around us. And it was a pavilion without any lights. So we began in the daytime when it was good light. But during the concert was developing, the light was getting darker, and in the end, there was only music, and us, people inside of this kind of dark cube filled with sounds and melodies and this atmosphere. It was very surreal, and I can say that when you listen to music in total darkness, it makes very, I don't know, like trippy effect. And this audium, I think I can show some of the pictures of this audium so you could understand how it looks like. Yeah. So share screen. So as you can see, this room is like rounded. I would like, no. Oh, here we go. So it is like a round room, and this person he's a composer who actually invented this idea of listening to the music in this kind of space. And yeah, I think it's quite popular till now. Okay, stop share. So, and let's go on. And the next person I want to mention is Bernhard Leitner. He is a trained architect who has worked in the realm between architecture, sculpture, and music, conceiving of sounds as constructive materials, as architectural elements that allow a space to emerge. So this is what I was saying, that when a trained architecture, he can make space not all with the concrete materials, but even with sounds. And his installations and sound environments really impressed me. I would like to show you some of them. Let me show you the one that impresses me pretty much. It is called Serpentinata. Well, that's a weird name, but it sounds and looks quite weird as well. And this is the example when you can actually feel the sound environment with your whole body. So this is the room with the installation. Well, as you can see, this installation is absolutely immersive. So the person who is hearing it or feeling it is absolutely inside all these sounds, and the sounds move with various speeds through a space. They rise and fall, and they resonate back and forth and bridge dynamics, and they constantly changing spatial bodies with the static limits of the architectural framework. So the person could feel the sound on the head level or on the level of its feet, or from right or from left, and it's always changes and makes this surrounding effect, as you could close your eyes and feel it with your body. And Leitner speaks of corporeal hearing. So he says, like, you can feel it with all your body, whereby acoustic perception not only takes place by way of the ears, but through the entire body, and each part of the body can hear differently. So his ideas of installations, well, all the installations I was looking in internet and reading, and they all are based on this body hearing. And it's very interesting because our body also can be a resonator to get the sound or to produce the sound. As well, he constructed a sound cube, and where he had set of speakers on 6 walls, sending sounds traveling through the rooms, making aural lines, circles, and planes. So somehow he constructs a special geometry of sound perception in simple forms. And this is, I found, very inspiring, and for me, I guess it's one of the main artists which I really like, and I found that he has a lot of works to investigate and to see what he has more. Well, and I have some two artists as well, like Bill Fontana and Max Neuhaus. These artists work with more like soundscapes. They take the soundscape of the city and they create new conceptions of them. And I would like to show you Max Neuhaus example. So the idea of what he created is, I will share screen with you. So there are some urban ambient noises, and he took this subway ventilations, as you can see in this video, and he put some resonators. And when you are here on this Times Square, you can hear different ambient noises which are rising up from this, I don't know, subway ventilator. So as you can see, some people are confused of what they hear. Some people are excited, but it's a really strong urban message that Newhouse trying to say about ambient sound that is surrounding you, and this is some kind of I consider it like a social art or urban art that you just bring it to the city and the city is living with you. And there is Bill Fontana. He's also works with something similar. He made a harmonic bridge. I will show it to you. Harmonic. Oh no, I'm not showing you. I will make this. So as you can see, there is a bridge, and Bill Fontana took the sounds from the bridge as a living organism. So what we can hear is how the bridge I guess I can say the bridge lives his life and breathes. So I think these last pieces are like essences from John Cage's listening. When you're not producing your own sounds, you're like listening very carefully to what your urban environment says. You're listening to it, and you can make it as a piece of art itself. So this bridge is like telling us that a lot of things happen even if we don't notice. And these constructions, they are a part of our lives and they are influencing our sound environment. And I think next time we will discuss how sound environment, sound ecology influences on people's emotional states, how people feel in different soundscapes, and how can you manipulate as an artist with these feelings, and how to make people understand what do you want them to hear or listen or just know what you're telling to them. It's everything from me now, and I wanted to know if you have questions, and let's discuss with what we have seen today, what we have heard today, because there are, well, the pieces I have found were well, just small drops in the big ocean of sound art. And I think you know a lot more if you go to internet and search some more. And what I have shown you, it's like something that I have found interesting for me, what triggers me, that gives me my ideas to develop. And tell me if you have ideas, or maybe you are already somehow impressed or influenced by something that you could share, and we'll discuss it now. Because we have something like 30 minutes to discuss and to ask questions if you would like.
I'm sorry, I have to turn off my camera because it's really too late. My partner needs to go to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I was thinking because I'm kind of familiar of half of the pieces showed today through my major classes or teachers or like my friends. So all those are really fascinating, even they are in the old time, like even the distorted old, like low quality recordings sounds like have this satisfaction. I guess it's because it's hard to recreate a sound file that, like, if you are create some sound from zero, from totally digital stuff, and it's hard to recreate the environment sound from the outside world. Like, so I guess that is my concern of doing a VR project and the sound of it. How to bring this rough quality of the sound material, but not sounds too fake or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the challenge, how to make virtual reality feel the way the real reality feels. And I think this is a challenging thing for artistic vision, because you have to produce some really interesting ideas, conceptions of ideas which could be realized with the sound, with the idea of the sound. Because when only I started to explore virtual reality in Mozilla Hubs and try to make some sketches of prototypes with the sound, I stuck with the thing that I was too much visualized. I was creating only the principle. I was creating the visual, and then I was putting the sound. And this was the problem, because the idea is not to well, the idea is to create something that doesn't have to be seen, but it just has to be heard and understood, what kind of philosophical idea it has on its background, or what would you as an artist would like to say with this sound piece. And the visuals, if they have to be, they should not be on the main stage. They should just be like covering the sound idea. And yeah, when you're watching this development of how humanity understood what is sound, what is music, and how they took the sound from the music and said that this is not music, this is just noise, but it has its own value, and make an art piece of noise. This was interesting to see how the history of art developed in understanding this philosophical question of dividing the vision, the sound into different objects. And I think this will be our next step in the next class. We will be discussing how we can take the sound away from the vision, but make it as powerful as the visuals, and how can we say it through the sound, how can we transmit the idea through the sound, and how can we integrate it with new technology and to make it a part of virtual environment, and how can we manipulate with the audience vision, how they have to react on it. And I think it's a challenging but yet interesting task to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, one thing I thought was interesting that you mentioned a bit like earlier in the presentation was this idea which comes from the invention of recorded media, like you were mentioning, Edison, of this the conceptual focus of the separation between the sound production and sound reception. So like when recording media was invented, how sound becomes suddenly separated from the body, whereas before it was always an embodied task. I think this is I mean, especially as we now talk about like we're moving into the digital realm. I mean, we've been there already, but in the sense of what the focus of this course to take sound and move it into virtual reality, I think that a lot of these same discussions apply. I mean, it's very similar conversations as the ones that were being had, for example, when Edison was coming out with the recorders. I mean, I think that this is a really nice focus. I would also, for now, I think I would suggest actually a really great book that I finished about like a month ago, which is called Phonographies, Grooves in Afrosonic Modernity. And it's by Alexander Wehelier. and I can drop a link into the
Yes, please, in the chat. Yes, we have this chat that organizers made us for communications, because Zoom chat is not very convenient. We have this another chat. I think the organizers will share the link with you, where where we will discuss in groups and we will make our projects. And please share the link of this book there, so we could all see it.
Yeah, I'll definitely share. It's a conceptually very interesting book. I mean, because it kind of offers a little bit of a corrective or a historically alternative view to this sort of Edison-centric way of thinking about recording media, which comes from the background of the Black conceptual movement in the US. I mean, starting also with history of Black artists' engagement with recorded media, which is sort of complicates a standardized white Eurocentric view of recorded media. I think it's a really important book, and as a sound artist, it's one I wish I had read like way before I started making sound work. Unfortunately, I think it might only be in English, but anyway, I post the link. I think as a kind of way to start like mapping some of the conceptual relationships between embodiment and sound, which I thought a lot of the works that you bring up like really engage with this really well. Then I would also offer this book as a kind of other way to think about the connections between sound and embodiment and space. Yeah, it's quite a heavy book, but you don't also need to have a music background to read it. I think Alexander, the author, is not a musician. He teaches English, but I mean, it's about sound and yeah. Anyway, I share a link to it. Super fascinating.
Cool. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I can say that a lot of sound artists who become sound artists, they don't have any musical background as composers or musicians. It's sometimes you don't need that, just because sometimes your idea, what you are trying to say, needs just some sound environment as in nature. You know, you can make some sound space without knowing the musical compositions, but I think it helps when you understand about the physics of sounds, the composition of music, and the theory of music. It's also a good thing to know. Yeah. Okay, and I think I will give you some homework so we could discuss something next time new. I would like each of you to find the example of sound art pieces or sound artists which are corresponding to you. I mean, like someone likes some avant-garde ideas, someone likes the sound of noises or the constructing the concrete music. So I would like to give you the homework to find one of the most influenced pieces for you that inspires you for something, and describe it. What does it mean for you, and why do you choose it? What ideas are close to you in this piece? And next time we can discuss your pieces, and we will discuss as well how they work with people's emotions, and how can we imagine these pieces in virtual reality, and if we could imagine how they influence the viewer, the person who's visiting your virtual space, what kind of feelings and what kind of emotions or atmosphere it has to transmit to the viewer. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope everything was fine and the visuals and the sounds were good, because in one moment I had some technical problems. Okay. So if anybody would like to share something more, we still have time. And if you want to say something to everybody, we could discuss as well. Okay, okay. So I think I'll be finishing. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your listening, and we'll see each other next week at the same time with homework. We have things to discuss.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Alexander, you are muted.
Hello?
Okay, now we hear you.
Sorry. Okay, so thank you for having me. I'm very happy to be here with you discussing about sound in virtual reality. I'm a composer and I make computer music. I will tell you a little bit more later. And I have started recently to work with virtual reality. In April, basically, I started giving concerts in virtual reality in Mozilla Hubs environments. That's most of my work in virtual reality has been there. And since this is quite new for all of us, I think it's important to create these spaces to think and question what is going to happen with this technology we have. So, okay, this is our first session. We have 2 hours and a little bit more. So this is my plan for the session. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about myself and my work. And then we're going to start talking about why it's so important sound in virtual reality. Why sound is a key element for our virtual reality experience. And then we will take a little bit of we will read together about the history of sound in virtual reality. There are still many things I haven't discovered yet, so this will be a very good moment to discover it together. And then we will talk about the sound in Mozilla Hubs. I would like to propose to you that we finish this workshop. By the end of the 4 sessions, we can have a little bit of an exhibition
I would like for us to, each one of us, to create a little sound installation in Mozilla Hubs. So we can start talking about that. How are we going to approach this installation? It's a very simple one, but how are we going to deal with the sound? And at the end of the session, after we have seen all these things, I would like for us I would like to know, what do you think about what would be the best ideas for our next sessions? Okay, I'm a composer. I studied composition in Colombia, where I was born. And I recently, in the last 10 years, I don't know, more, 11 years, I have been working with open source software. And I do a practice called live coding, in which you program the computer in front of the audience to make music or to make visuals. I make music, and this is mostly, you will see me sharing my screen whenever I play. And live coding is a lot about improvisation. So I use this technique not only for my performances alone, but also with performances with other artists or musicians. And I also, well, I have been improvising in my electric guitar for many, many years. So this was a good way to put these things together. And the live coding is a practice in which you can create any kind of genre of music genre you want. So it's not tied to a specific way of making music. There are many languages around the world. Live coding basically is a community that that have different nodes in different cities around the world, and we are always connected, sharing knowledge. And well, what I do mostly is my electroacoustic music, which is very abstract. But recently we have been doing these algo raves, which are parties for live coders. So we get together and we play a set, each one, but the idea is trying to make dance music. So I do a lot of techno mixed with noise and free improvisation when it comes to the algo rave. So yeah, this and recently then, oh, I have lost my presentation. Sorry. Uh-oh, screen stopped. This. Okay, it's coming back. So I invite you to look at my YouTube channel. It's called Tiempos del Ruido, as you can see here. That is my name in the cyber world. It is Spanish for Times of the Noise. And you will see there in my channel a lot of my performances that I have recorded and uploaded. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. So mostly I will be talking to you about from the composer point of view. That's my area of expertise. I would like for us to watch a video of less than 10 minutes of a piece that happened, that was premiered in Berlin a couple of weeks ago in Concert House. And it is a contemporary composition piece for virtual reality. I want to show you this video where the composer himself explains how he made the sound. I think this is a great example, and it's good that, I don't know how many of you are in Berlin, but if you have the chance in the next weeks, you can go and put the glasses and you can have the experience of the piece. So I think let's watch this video. Can you hear it well?
Also man setzt die VR-Brille auf und da sieht man eine Welt, die man noch nie gesehen hat. The orchestra was quite impressive in the reception that they have immediately.
Oh, sorry. trying to turn the volume up. Seems I can't do it.
Also man setzt die VR-Brille auf und da sieht man eine Welt, die man noch nie gesehen hat.
The volume is
Chichester
okay.
was quite impressive in the reception that they have immediately.
Es ist ein Riesenuniversum, was wir hier aufgemacht haben und es lohnt sich, diesen Raum zu entdecken.
Wir feiern in der Saison 2021 200 Jahre Konzerthaus. Man kann natürlich zurückblicken, aber man kann auch nach vorne blicken. Wir haben eine Ausschreibung ins Netz gestellt und wir fanden viele spannend, aber zwei sehr spannend. Das sind Marc Baden und Julian Bonicki. Und einem Projektinhalt, der auch sehr neu und experimentell ist, nämlich eine
Yes, tell me.
Yeah, because not all participants speak German. Can you put the subtitles on YouTube if they have auto-generating?
But they should be in English?
Yeah.
In German?
No, in English.
There it has no, only German. Okay, so I will skim like through the video and then I tell you.
Well, we can watch it. It's just that not everybody follows it. Yeah.
I think it's beautiful to watch because we can see how the composer recorded the sounds.
Yeah.
Interaktive Komposition. Und die Frage ist, was ist eine interaktive Komposition?
Was mich da gereizt hat, war das zu machen, was nur im virtuellen Raum geht. Klänge so zu positionieren, dass die normalischen Gesetze der Physik nicht mehr entsprechen. Meine erste Idee war, ich baue quasi einen Werkkasten aus Einzelklängen, mit denen die Zuhörer selber Kompositionen machen können. Ich werde heute die Probe leiten. Dirigieren kann man das nicht wirklich nennen.
Also als anstrengend würde ich es nicht bezeichnen. Natürlich ist ein hohes Maß an Disziplin gefragt, weil eben wohl sehr fein aufgenommen wird und jedes Geräusch stört dann den Klang. Ich bin aber eigentlich ganz glücklich, wie wir das machen und ich finde, alle lassen sich irgendwie drauf ein und ich finde, der Marc macht das wunderbar und ich finde auch vom Orchester ist es eigentlich schön, dass wir als Orchester so was Ungewöhnliches machen können.
Ihr bekommt alle Spachtel und das klingt dann so. Styropor. War der gut, Carola?
Ja, sehr gut.
Dann sind wir fertig. Vielen Dank.
Naja, ich weiß, dass es irgendwie um irgendwas mit Natur und Pflanzen geht, glaube ich, oder? Und dass man an irgendetwas näher rangeht und sich dann auch der Ton dazu verändert. Und die Klänge, die wir jetzt aufgenommen haben, könnte ich mir auch in der Natur sehr gut vorstellen.
Mit den Schlagzeugern war das heute schon irgendwie besonders, fand ich. Also wir hatten sehr, sehr viel auf der Bühne und sind zu fast allen Instrumenten tatsächlich gekommen. Probier's mal, nee, andersrum. So, genau. Ja, dann machen wir jetzt einen lauten Teil, ne? Das ist ein super Klang.
Toll.
Die sind neu. Die haben wir heute ausgepackt.
Gibt mehrere Herausforderungen. Also einerseits, dass man diese sehr, sehr leisen Dinge sehr gut auch aufnimmt. Andererseits haben wir im großen Orchester natürlich einen Gesamtklang, der auch irgendwie funktionieren muss. Dann haben wir natürlich die Einzelinstrumente, die vielleicht dann nur mit 2 Spuren draufgesetzt werden. Vielleicht haben wir jetzt 2000 Files, die ich da erstellen werde. Und das muss ich im Grunde genommen jetzt antizipierend planen, was können wir daraus machen.
Die Musiker sind aufgeschlossen für alles, die lassen alles mit sich machen, das finde ich super. Das erleichtert natürlich meine Aufgabe.
Ich habe auf einmal Töne gehört, die ich selber nicht wusste, dass aus der Oboe rauskommen. Also gerade wenn man eben auch die Töne durchs Einatmen erzeugen soll. Wenn man auf einmal genau das Gegenteil machen muss, dann merkt man, ist man eigentlich fast ein bisschen verloren. Aber es bringt natürlich einen ganz anderen Effekt.
Ich glaube, das ist für mich so eine Frage nach der Authentizität. Super. Das ist total schön, dass man wirklich etwas sucht oder versucht und ein bisschen von diesem Meisterhaften dann wegzukommen und im positivsten Sinne das Kindische zu betonen. Also die Welt ist neu, ich entdecke, ich mache mal Fehler und das kann ich doch besser machen und das hört man dann alles und das finde ich irgendwie, diese Verletzbarkeit oder Verwundbarkeit von diesen hervorragenden Musikern kommt dann da ein bisschen zustande und scheint durch. Das finde ich schön.
Also wenn ich mir den Garten vorstelle, habe ich ein paar Ideen. Ja? Verschiedene Farben, mal Wind, mal nass. Ich sehe auch einen Teich vor mir.
Dann hat man vielleicht so ein bisschen so ein kaleidoskopartiges Bild im Kopf und dann eben Klänge, die unglaublich nah dran sind.
It's going to be really interesting to see how we are going to put all that sounds, how we are gonna give to that interactivity. All the colors that he's giving and all the dynamics is guiding into this vision of the secret garden.
Umwelten. Das bedeutet, es gibt nicht nur diese eine Welt, diesen einen Raum, den wir entworfen haben, sondern innerhalb von diesem Rahmen gibt es sehr viele verschiedene mögliche Erfahrungen. Das betont das Individuum, das betont die Umgebung und es ist einem dann bewusst, was ich mache, hat einen Einfluss auf meine Umwelt. Und ohne hier zu dogmatisch zu sein, ich glaube, das ist etwas, was wir uns alle ein bisschen besser im Kopf behalten können, dass unser eigenes Verhalten tatsächlich einen Einfluss auf unsere Mitmenschen und auch auf unsere Welt und Umwelt hat.
Also man muss ja sagen, zum Vergleich zum Anfang vom Projekt hat sich ja dieses Konzept auch nochmal komplett verändert. Zusammen mit der HTW haben wir eher so einen gemeinsamen Prozess gehabt. Also Julian hat gesagt, wenn er irgendeine neue Funktionalität geplant hat, dann hat er uns gefragt, wie könnten wir das umsetzen, wie könnte das funktionieren. Da sind natürlich sehr viele verschiedene Prozesse teilweise gleichzeitig gelaufen. Also zum einen gab es die Tonaufnahmen, dann hat Julian angefangen, da seine Models zu bauen. Also es hat ja eine sehr eigene Optik, das Ganze. Also man findet auf der Welt sicher nichts, was so aussieht wie das, was Julian sich da erdacht hat.
In the center of the experience you will see some hanging plants with weird seeds. You can put them together and once they touch you start having the sounds that they can do. From there you can go to different sections. And there are sounds everywhere. You also can go to a kind of flowers that they have like a head of star and put the head inside and discover that you have that the head inside also have sounds.
Im Grunde ist das eine Komposition, durch die man sich durchbewegen kann, eine lebende Partitur sozusagen. Und das ist natürlich eine ganz andere Art, wie man zeitgenössische Musik darbieten kann, aber vor allem, wie man sie erleben kann.
Also sowas in der Art haben wir sicherlich noch nicht gemacht. Also es ist schon was Neuartiges, was sich die beiden da ausgedacht haben.
A user that spends a lot of time there will say, wow, did you know that you can do this? So that's a beautiful thing.
Es ist eine große Welt da.
Schön, dass wir darüber gesprochen haben.
Thank you for watching this. Do you have any comments about this video or any questions? So I wanted to show you this because I think it's a great way to see virtual reality in action in our contemporary art. So this is a composition, music composition, that is planned in virtual reality. So when we put the glasses on, we will be able to travel in this world, and we will be able to interact with it. And we will hear the music that the composer thought about, but we will also be interpreting this music. So in a part we will be creating it, and also we will be playing it. So I think these are the kind of questions that interaction in virtual reality brings to music. And I also thought it was very important for you to see some possibilities of generation of sound. Of course, we're talking here about a big project, big production with super with a big team behind, the super sound master, as you could see, an orchestra being recorded. And what I wanted you to see also is that the composer uses what we call extended techniques, which is, okay, we use the same instruments of the orchestra that we have been using for centuries, but we use techniques that make them sound different. And though most contemporary musicians are aware of these techniques, and many use them, especially in orchestras, it's a bit complicated because they are so used to their repertoire, classic and romantic. Many orchestras don't feel comfortable making new sounds, or many instrumentalists don't like to play their instruments in different ways, or use, for instance, some plastic to rub the strings. Some musicians would never allow it, but we saw here an orchestra of very flexible instrumentalists. So the composer was able to create new sounds that he imagined. As you could see, he was using even dildos and beans and balls and a styrofoam, and he was making the musicians sing, and he was also recording all these vocal sounds that can be very, very, very interesting. He wanted to create some sounds that related a bit to nature, even though the piece is about nature, but it's a metaphor of nature. Is what is environment, no? And I thought this video was very good to start, not only because it's a piece that is just being made, so we are watching what's happening in virtual reality now in the arts, but also because it explains a lot of what I'm going to talk about to you about this in these sessions, about the creation of sound. So we could see, I'm very glad we made this little video where we could see how they recorded the sounds, and even the guy who made the interaction of the virtual reality and the graphics, he even explained, we could see that if we moved our hands and we moved this weird plants that there were, we could get some sounds. So I can't wait to see the piece in action. Well, I would like to know about you guys, like what is your background? I know some of you are musicians, and we all have different backgrounds. I feel a bit of a guide here, but please, anytime, feel free to talk to me, to send me things in the chat, to ask, and if I say something that is not right, please let me know. I'm here also to learn. I'm not just teaching my knowledge. I really want us to be to establish a discussion. So virtual reality, sound is key for virtual reality to create this effect of immersion, because our idea with virtual reality is to create different worlds, different environments where we can where we can be and interact with. But sound is so important for a human. And of course, we talk mainly, we are visual beings. That's the main importance of our sense. Of our senses. The most important is the vision. And even though sound is not the most important one, it is key in understanding our environment, because thanks to sound, thanks to our ears, the way they are located in our head, we can locate sounds. So this is something that we have as a species been evolving for, I would say, millions of years. So we can sense, okay, where, well, the hunter, the predator is back behind me, so I better run now to that direction or the other. Or I know where, oh, that's bees, so maybe there's honey around here. So sound for us is so key for our existence and our survival. And now that we're making art with it, we can take advantage of this evolutionary history in order to create better and more realistic immersions. But we will talk a little bit more about what is realistic and what is not. So we have seen some different audio formats being developed to create the sensation of immersion. So we had stereo, where we could feel a little bit more like this, well, first of all, recording, but we will talk about that a little bit later. But we will go through, we will check a little bit the history of these formats that will allow us to, that has allowed us to make, to enjoy and to be part and to share and to create art, music in this case. Well, sound is key in an immersive environment. What makes the illusion work? So we have these possibilities. We can replicate a natural environment and say, okay, let's create this city, or let's enter this bar, and we have in a virtual reality, we have the sounds of a bar. That's a replication. That's very fine if that's what you need to do. For instance, the video we just saw was the creation of a new environment, a completely new world. And what happens, how can we use sound to work in a world that is completely new? Because if we replicate the sound of the world we're used to live in, it's very automatic for us to recognize things and to feel immersed in a bar. If I'm seeing a bar and I hear the noises of a bar, then it's okay, it's very easy. But what if we create a planet with a completely new vegetation and we create new sounds, as we saw in the video before? How can we make this illusion work if no one has ever been in this planet and no one has ever had interaction with this these weird plants? So that's where we have to keep a little bit of it's super good to be to break the rules and to create completely different reactions of the sound. But then if we lose completely touch with our reality, then the illusion would be not so easily recognizable, or no, it wouldn't be too fulfilling. So I think as a VR artist, we will need to find always ways to keep this immersion, this illusion of immersion, the most ready, the most available. Even if we're breaking rules, we will always need to keep connected to what we know reality is. Transmutation, and then would be like, okay, let's say I have a violin. If I'm recording a violinist, as we saw before, but what if in this world, this violinist will be this size. It won't be the size of a person, but it will be like a little fly, a violinist flying around me. Why not? I can do that. That will be transmuting our reality, our 3D reality as we know it, our physical reality. But we will be switching elements that wouldn't be possible to have in our reality. And then we will have a representation of realities that we want to implement in our virtual reality. So these 4 elements, we will go deeper in the next sessions. But yeah, these are mainly our ways to create immersive environments in virtual reality. Now, it's important that also we are clear in what is a natural sound in our natural reality and how it can be different from our virtual reality sound. Not just because it is something we are recreating in a virtual reality environment, but also because we can change it through these possibilities of replication, creation, transmutation, and representation. So I think it will be important for us to talk about a little bit of audio, how audio behaves, what is sound, the physics of audio, because if we want to break the rules, it's important to know what the rules are, no? But before we go more into sound, I want to show you this video that I found recently, a couple of months ago, from Jaron Lanier. I think since we're talking about virtual reality, you know Jaron Lanier, he's the father of virtual reality. And I highly recommend his books and his talks. And this is a video from 1990 where he talks about what he's doing with his team. This doesn't have subtitles, but it's in English. So in California, a bunch of teenagers working in a garage, and they were the first ones who made a proper virtual reality immersive environment. And this is it. This is the first time we had that. So I should just guys.
Well, this is our virtual reality glove. It's called the Data Glove. And the idea is that you can put on this glove, and the glove lets you feel a world that doesn't exist as if it's real and pick up things in the world as if they're real. So it lets you reach into an imaginary world. And these are the special glasses called the iPhones that you put on. And when you put them on, you're seeing inside an imaginary world instead of inside the physical world.
Pause. So he called them the iPhones. Less an I. So he never, I mean, we weren't thinking about glasses there. He thought, okay, this is a phone because I'm sending a signal there. So it's an iPhone.
So the idea is that by wearing computerized clothing right over your sense organs, you transport your sensory system into a reality that can be of any description.
So can the speed be altered on the animation here?
Sure.
think that's well, that's the video I wanted to show you. So I think it would be good to talk now a little bit about the history of the sound formats we have been using. So for that, it would be good to have a little bit of talk about music history, electronic music history. Since we will be dealing mostly with electronic music in VR, I know that's not the only option. We can have an orchestra playing for us while we do virtual reality. Why not? Or a drummer or a singer. But since we are aiming to have immersive experiences, it's very important that we make the sound work for it. And for that, it's important that you know a bit about the electronic music. First, let's talk about sound recording. I want to show you this. Hey, how come I can't go? Hey, I had prepared this. Sorry. And I don't know what happens with me in Zoom. I'm supposed to click this and this opens a link, but it's not working. Oh.
Can you maybe just copy paste it into the address?
I'm trying, but it doesn't let me. Okay. I'll take it from here. Here. Nope. No. I really like this website. It has a lot of
I'm sorry, we can still see the slide.
I can't see it. Oh no. So I'm gonna have to stop sharing this. And sorry. And share now this new. This one. Let's see. Museum of Obsolete Media, are we there?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I recommend this one. It has a lot of audios from different gadgets that we don't even find. So this is a good resource. And I love the way they have this audio format timeline that I use a lot. So we start from the 1850s. There were many, in the middle of the 19th century, there were many attempts to record audio. But this, we started in France recording human voice on smoke blackened paper of glass. Okay, that was one of the first. But it was in the 60s where we got our famous box cylinder. And in the 70s, that's where we had the first recording ever called with the song Mary Had a Little Lamp. You can hear it here. It's the first ever recording we ever made using the phonograph to play it. It was a cylinder of wax wrapped in tin foil. And that was the first time we had. And then we can start looking at all the things. It started like fire spreading, the different kinds of reproducing music. Then we had the piano rolls, the gramophone, the Ediphone, that was not so successful, I think. And then, well, the pre-recorded wax cylinders were marketed. Then we had the cylinders and the gramophones, like they went everywhere, coming out of Berlin. Gramophone postcard, where is it? But at the same time, we also had automation in musical instruments, no? But like pianolas and this casting that you roll and that you see musicians in the street playing these little organs. But we're thinking more about going in the direction of electronic sounds. Then we had the proper records at the beginning of last century. And we had the gramophone records. This is such a big history. Victor records. So you can go here and discover these fantastic things. It's not only good for knowing your history, but also it's you will find here inspiration on how to create your own sounds. So by here, I think most of us know what has been happening with the tapes and the compact disc and the DVDs, and now we come finally into our era of streaming and digital technology. So just wanted to show you this. I'm going to stop this and try to share with you again the slide. Any questions so far or commentary? Okay, so share screen. Chat. There's one in the chat. Let's see the chat. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I love that video. Thank you, Camille. Are you looking at my guys? Where are you?
Yeah, we can see slide.
No, I lost you. I turned off the video. Okay, but if you are, I can't see you anymore.
Tap escape maybe.
Okay, I tap escape. Yeah, it's better to have my face there. Share screen. Google Slides. Share. There you are. Okay. So in our sound recording history, we have mainly 4 eras. The acoustic era, where we were carving sound waves on a wax cylinder. Then we went to more electrical means, like, okay, how are we going to play this cylinder? It finally became the vinyl, which has carvings of the sound in itself. So we needed electrical and then magnetic means in order to play and record these sounds. And now in the last 40 something years, we have been immersed in our digital era, and the capacities and the like the limits of our recording abilities have increased so much. And that's something I want to invite you to think about, how beautiful it has been, this super speedy development of our technology, to the moment that I'm here in my room sharing with you from my own sound studio, which is my laptop. No, I have here in this little Mac, I can make many things, almost only limited by my CPU, basically. So it's been a huge development, and it's important to be aware of the process. So we keep this development going as an informed one, no? So that's why I wanted to share with you this Obsolete Media website, because it's a very beautiful way to see. And yes, this one worked. Are you seeing the new tab? Okay, so I have to stop and share again. Share. Okay, so we have different ways to produce sound. One would be with an instrumentalist, or with our hands, or with our voices, with acoustic instruments. Other will be by recording sounds, no? So we are now able to, I think all of us have sounds that we have recorded somehow in our computer, and many of us have worked with those sounds to create art. For those who haven't, I'm there to help you approaching this. So we have the natural source of the sound, we have recorded sound, and we have synthesis. These are three techniques that we, as creators of sound, we need to be aware of. What is synthesizing a sound? It is creating a sound artificially. Of course, that's the question of what is natural, what is artificial. But let's say we can't find the sound in nature, and we have created. There are many sounds that don't exist in nature and that we have created, and many of them by means of synthesis. So I'm sure we all have heard about synthesizers. These are machines that people created in order to make new music instruments. But these music instruments now create different sounds that just the physicality of the instrument allows. For instance, I have this cup, and I know what kinds of sounds it can make. And if I move the liquid inside, I will have different tones. That's the possibilities of this. But what if I create a synthesizer, and inside of my cup, I put two oscillators, and each oscillator makes a sinusoidal wave. And I then start mixing those two oscillators. Then my cup becomes a synthesizer, and is not necessarily responding to these 3D characteristics. Now the cup became just, well, not just, it's a very important thing. It became the host of a new instrument, no? So that's our synthesizers, basically. It's not a cup, but it's a box people created then. A boxes where you could connect different oscillators. Any questions so far? If you don't know a terminology, or if you want to correct, please feel free to participate anytime. So an oscillator is an electric apparatus that creates a sound wave through electronic means. So we have this, sound is vibration, and sound is vibration in the range that our ears can hear. So this range mainly is from 20 hertz. Hertz is the unit of measurement of frequency. How many times per second? So if something vibrates 20 times per second, we have a speed of 20 hertz. So imagine if I hit, this is once per second. Once every second. Once every second. No? So my frequency is 1 hertz. 1 hertz. But if I do this 20 times per second, I can. But then we could start listening to the new sound that comes from it. If I do it 440 times per second, we will reach a tone which is called A, La. Let's see, I can show you. I don't have my piano here. But the note A is 440 hertz. That's how we have, that's the thing we have decided in the last centuries. We now agree that middle A is 440 hertz. So what happens if that note doesn't come from a string that has been suspended, like in the piano? We have a string, and then we hit that string with a little hammer, and this hammer makes the string vibrate. so many times per second. If it's the middle A, that string is going to vibrate for 140 seconds, 440 times per second. And but we are still in the realm of physical things. It's a string that someone has made out of metal and maybe animal guts, but someone came up with the idea of making a string that when you activate it somehow, it will create a distinct sound. And what makes the sound distinct is not only, I mean, I do this, and all of us recognize it is an object, a small object made of probably ceramic or something. No, we can hear that. And when we hear the string, we recognize, okay, this is, now we know this is a piano. This is a piano sound. But what happens when we create objects that create sounds that don't depend necessarily on the material they are made? And that's where synthesizers come. So the building blocks of the synthesis are oscillators. So we have gadgets that create sound waves in different shapes. And that's also something that, if you agree, we could devote a little bit next session to study sound in a more depth, more in-depth. So that I can explain you, for instance, that sound waves have different shapes. So this just came out by listening to nature, creating this oscillators. And then we realized that by having different oscillators and connecting them in different ways, we can create different sounds. So this is a very nice story. This is very deep. I mean, I think we can have a whole session next week just to go into the physics of synthesis, because this is going to be very useful for us. So finally, so to make it short now, we had this machines that with the oscillators, and then they created different interfaces. For instance, in this case here, in this synthesizer called Prophet 5, they made a little keyboard as in the piano, because that's the reference they had, no? It's like, okay, what we know the piano, let's put it there to make an interface, to make it more relatable to music. But if you look up here, you will see the different ways you can connect the different oscillators that we have inside. So we have oscillators, but we have also filters, so we can take parts of the sound. We can also have different effects like reverberation, which for us is going to be super important, because reverberation is key for the spatial positioning of a sound. So if you hear my proverbial cup now, you will realize, okay, she's in a small room. But if I do this in a cathedral, and you are not looking, but you're just listening to that sound, you will see that the little cup is in a very, very big space. And all this, thanks to our evolutionary properties, we can use sound to determine the kind of space we are in and where does the sound come from. And all this we can imitate digitally, electronically through synthesizers. Now digitally, because now we have all this knowledge of the synthesizers in our computers. I'm sure all of us have at least one synthesizer in our computer. If you have GarageBand or something, we have their synthesizers. So this is now, synthesizers are incredibly important for us. And I would love to go in depth next lesson if you would like to. I'm coming back to my slide, to my presentation. Present and share screen. How are you doing so far? I have Ableton with me, Ableton with many synthesizers. Excellent, yes. Ableton is now the tool for us, is the most common tool for us to create, to synthesize sound. So what is sound synthesis? You can create, you can replicate sounds. Ah, I had it, yes, so clear. What I want to say is that with sound synthesis, you can recreate a sound, but also you can create sounds that don't exist in our reality. And that is the big breakthrough. It's like, okay, we can really now create a synthesized voice. Actually, we can do it in any computer. We tell the computer to read a text and it's synthesizing the sound. So now for us, it's a very common tool, the sound synthesis, but it has a big, deep history. And if we understand it, then we will be able to really harness the possibilities of sound synthesis, and especially for our virtual reality immersive experiences. So, and this is the last part of the history that I have planned for today. It's also good that we learn about the electronic music history. We have seen already a bit of sound synthesis and sound recording formats. But now let's go to I found this Red Bull Music Academy to be really cool. Stop sharing and share again. Yes, I think it's this one. The Red Bull Music Academy, even if you're a professional musician, it's really well written, and this is a nice source. Red Bull, which is weird, but it's very nice. I hope you're seeing my screen. Okay, and remember, if you have any questions, there's a chat. I would like to start into the discourse to create immersive sounds with Ableton, because I studied how to make electronic music, but it is course not for artists, but for commercial music makers. Of course, then we will use Ableton. That's a very good idea. If you want to experiment with virtual Euro Rack synth, you can download VCV Rack. It's free. Excellent. Thank you for that. I also use Ableton. It will be interesting to hear a bit about live coding from you, Alexandra. The lecture is very interesting. Thank you. Okay. So what about we finish this presentation I had planned, and then we go a little bit on live coding, yeah? And then we have a little discussion, and then we decide what is going to be our focus for next week. Okay. Just a little story of spatial sound. When we study music, it's very common that we take space for granted. Actually, I was trained as a composer, and during my whole time as a composer, we never thought of sound as a parameter of music. Very rarely we were seeing pieces or parts of history where positioning of sound was very important or crucial. But that's something that musicians don't really care about so much. And it was until I did my master's degree here in the University of Arts in Berlin. It's a master's degree called Sound Studies, which is a branch of knowledge that studies the sound from different perspectives, not only artistic. And so for me, discovering sound as a social phenomena, dealing with media history, with philosophy, archaeology, and architecture. Like one of the main classes that changed my mind for me was my class with an architect who was explaining why space is one of the main parameters of music. Yeah, the Euro tip is really cool. Thank you, Sean. So, how technological innovations made sound physical. So, of course, we started in the Paleolithic era, making sounds with bones. We made our first flutes. We made our first drums. Bones were our main first instrument, and then the voice, of course. But it was until the Middle Ages where we started developing sound in ways that we never did before. And it was in the Renaissance, mid 15th century? 16th century. So this was very important because in these big cathedrals or churches, they started playing with the positioning of the choirs. So this is called antiphony. And in the big church, we had one choir to the left, one choir to the right. And it started, it was, as far as I know, it was in the cathedral in Venice. Look, where he took advantage of one of the two organs facing each other. So there has been already, polyphony. First, at the beginning, we used to make songs with one melody, no? And maybe accompanied by a lute or by a drum. But then, thanks to architecture, when we started singing in big halls like churches, and this is in the Middle Ages, we started hearing some characteristics that we couldn't hear in another environment before. When we were singing in a church, imagine yourself being in a church singing, and then you hear that the walls give you back sound in different ways. Maybe the walls emphasize a different special frequency, for instance. Usually, these frequencies that get emphasized can be usually an octave or a perfect fifth from the note you're singing. So that's why when we discovered that we could sing two voices at the same time. And this process led to what we call now polyphony, where if you Google polyphony, Middle Ages, you will see that we have now two voices singing different melodies, but this makes sense together. This is called polyphony. And then in the Renaissance, we had our choirs of many people singing different melodies, but they come from different places. And what composers did was play with this, all of this, what is the immersive experience we want to achieve in these churches? They wanted to make you feel that you are in the presence of God, that you're in a temple where energy is so powerful, and the power of this sacred spirit is the most overwhelming thing you have ever experienced. And this was very well achieved when you have sound spatialized around you in these huge cathedrals. I'm just getting my... I'm getting emotional because this is such a beautiful thing. If you've ever been and we can also still, there are many monks, and in Venice, well, now not during Corona, but in normal times, we can go to these churches and experience these things, no? So just the fact that we can sing two songs together and that we can have a group of people singing together and specialized physically in the space opened our minds to what sound can mean. It's not only, it is the social experience of gathering in a place to attend something that includes sound as a very important factor. Is the fact that thanks to the way our sound behaves in the space, we can think about in new ways about music, like, oh my God, maybe this sound at the same time works together. And this created a whole development in Western music, in Western classical music, as polyphony and the harmony as we know it now. All this started there in space. So virtual reality, when we want to create also an immersive experience, it's good to look back at these things and realize that even if we are developing now a new technology, we find ourselves as these people. We are similar to these people who heard for the first time in a cathedral how voices can mix, because in the case of the cathedral, the technology is the architecture, and now we are facing digital technology in which we can recreate a cathedral. But that's why it's so important to be aware of how we started things. And then, why it didn't load? Then we have the musique concrète in the something very important to keep in mind. It didn't charge. The illustration was not there. But another point to keep in mind in terms of music, as sound as art, in terms of music and technology that affected our perception of music, is that after the Second World War, that brought awful things, but one of the silver linings that war brought with it is that military developed the technology to record sound. So at least something cool came out of the war, and is that the militaries, in their need for spying or whatever, they developed this amazing technology that we now are taking advantage of. And in the 1950s, the modernists in France starting Pierre Schaeffer, mainly, which is a name that I really recommend you to look for, and his student Pierre Henry. They created the first work of music made entirely out of recorded sounds. And this is huge in our history of musicians. Like, okay, before that, we had already 60 years where we were recording sounds, but no one thought that this could be a musical sound, because our ideas and perception of what is music, what is musical instrument, are always changing. And I'm sure we will be shocked if we find out what's going to be in 300 years, what they call music. Maybe we will be rolling in our graves, because these things are always changing incredibly. What is a musical instrument? Now, when people ask me, what musical instrument do you play? I play the laptop. And most people still are like, what? Laptop is a musical instrument? Yes, it is now. So back then in the 50s, a recorded sound was not considered to be musical, because we had that idea of music is the piano, and this is the violin, and this is the soprano singing in the opera. But Pierre Schaeffer, what he did was he started recording sounds, and he made a piece out of it. And his piece is called Symphonie pour un homme seul, which you will find it anywhere in YouTube. You will find it on Spotify. Because this is a very important piece for humans, because it opened our ears to what sound is, what technology and what aesthetics are, and how they can influence each other. So in the middle of the last century, you will see that a lot of composers started working in radios in Europe, like in Paris. Here in Köln is a very famous studio where many composers developed important pieces of work and important technological breakthroughs, because as soon as we understood that we can use recorded sounds to create music, these composers, they didn't have the laptops we had now. The only possibility to work with these technologies was to go into the studio of the radio and let them let these people from the radio let you use the machines in order to create music. And so here started a very, very new, very important new chapter in our conception of music and creation of music with the musique concrète. The name in English is something concrete, no? So that was the term he used to differentiate sounds that come from a traditional music instrument as opposed to sounds from, like, for instance, this. If I were to improvise a musical piece with my cup, this will be very well called as musique concrète. So musique concrète is a very important thing for all of us. And also it's very important that we keep it in mind for our virtual reality immersions. Because when we want to create, as we were saying at the beginning, we want to whether replicate sounds from our 3D reality, like the example of the bar I told you, or we can create completely different new things. I'm repeating this because I think it's very important now, having this vision of the technologies we have been using. So, you know, you can go outside and record steps from someone, and then you can come here to your computer and turn this sound into the sound of a spaceship in your virtual reality environment. No? So we have that we can do things replicating about the nature, but we can also create our own natures. Then came Stockhausen in the 60s. He was the first one who made an electronic music piece live with his work Microphonie. He gave percussionists microphones, so while they were playing the piece, they would change the position of the microphones, and he would be putting effects for this sound. And like that, he made many breakthrough pieces that we have so much to thank Stockhausen. Danke. And I really recommend you to look into his work and his talks, because as a philosopher, he has so much to say. He says things that even for us now, oh my God, I just remembered the paper. That will be very good. I will look for it for next class, because he was always, as a musician and one of the main composers in his era, he was always looking for ways to change and to get rid of our preconceptions on what music and space should be. We have always had this idea, I'm a musician, so I am on the stage and the audience is back here and they see me perform and then I go. But now we have now even virtual reality. We can have a concert in a shoebox if you want, no? Okay, so Stockhausen, he was one of the composers who worked in these electroacoustic studios in the radio in Cologne, the main one. So I recommend highly to go deep into his philosophy and his work. Then comes Yannis Xenakis, one of my heroes. He's a Greek composer. He moved to France because of the war. He lost an eye in the war, and then he moved to Paris. But he was an architect too. I mean, architect, composer. So his treatises about music and mathematics are so wonderful. I really recommend you. But one of the things he will be very, very well remembered by is this piece we made at the World Fair in Brussels. It's a shame that it's not loading. But I hope you get it in your computers. In this World Fair, he made a huge architectonic installation called an electronic poem. he built it, and he wanted to create an immersive experience in which you had sound, light, color. So it's not just sitting outside and seeing the performers in the stage, but it's once you enter this sound installation, you enter a whole new world. So he built this huge sculpture that you can go in, and he made all the mathematical calculations, so you could feel like a cow's stomach when you were inside, and then you would feel like you were digested. And he made, in this installation, we had 350 speakers, through which he played Edgar Varèse's poem Électronique. Edgar Varèse is another composer that is going to be very important for us, French. He was one of the first in the idea of musique concrète. He was one of the first who make whole works with pre-recorded sounds. So this sound installation, I recommend for us to really go deep into it, because this is going to be key in our virtual reality immersive experiences. Wow, the Acousmonium of François Bay, and in the 70s. I mean, yeah, this is also wonderful. I don't know it so much, but this is one of the instruments that is important for us. But they don't mention here the futurists from Italy, from the beginning of the 19th century. Here, I would put here before the musique concrète. I would also put the futurists in Italy, who made this futurist manifesto, Russolo. He was the one who created these machines whose only purpose was to make noise. So something that people would not consider music. But then he was questioning, what is music? Is music only a classical melody played in a violin? Or can music be also a weird noise? So the futurists in Italy in 1920s were some of the first who started thinking about noise, because noise is also very, very subjective meaning. No, that's not the word. Yeah, noise. Usually we have agreed that noise is a sound that is not welcome in that moment, let's say, no? But what happens if we make a piece out of noise, and that's when we have all the noise. That is also something very interesting, to go into the scene of noise. People who make music, I have done that a lot too, just with noise. But then when you start working with it and you realize it's just a sound, with which I am making art, which is music in the end. In the end, music is the art of sound. So it doesn't, the way when it is just the trends and the culture of the moment, and the morals and the even the spiritual ideas of the moment, that, okay, music is just this. I'm sure if we ask a teenager in Los Angeles, they would probably say, yeah, music is rap, the rest of it, you know? Or if we ask an old person, 90 years old, that only goes to the symphony every Sunday, he would say, yeah, all this music we hear in the radios, that's not music. Music is only, no? So that's something we will always, if you ask me what music is, I will tell you music is the art of sound. And that for me is the most satisfying after 44 years in this experience, in this planet. For me is the most satisfying, because music can be so many things. And I can actually switch, thanks to John Cage, which is also should be around here. So two things that they haven't mentioned in this beautiful little guide of Red Bull, the Futurists of Italy, and John Cage, which is the father, well, he's like my father, he's my hero, but he said that everything you listen to is music and everywhere is the best seat. So if you look for John Cage, American, well, composer from the United States, he had a big influence in arts, but especially in music, because he was one of the first who allowed randomness into music. So he, for instance, he said, there's a beautiful, beautiful interview on YouTube where he sits in his apartment in New York, and he says, if I just listen to the street, that is music. It's just the change of your perception, if you want to make sound music or not. I think that's a beautiful thing to ask ourselves, because you can decide that my voice right now is music, or you can decide it is not. That is only up to you, no? Okay, so John Cage, Yanis Xenakis, one of the other of the things he brought was mathematics and computation into music. He was one of the first people who created, if not the first, I might say he was the first to create an algorithm based on mathematics, like probabilistics, making use of this, of the idea of randomness that John Cage before had, or about the same time, had talked about. Because, for instance, John Cage also would take a picture of the stars and then put a transparent plastic on top and make that every star turned it into a note, a musical note. So who wrote actually the score? The score, let's say, was written in the stars, no? He just pointed it out. And then the music that comes out of it is wonderful music. So all these composers, what they made through their means of technology means, whether it be the reverberation of a wall in a church, or these super advanced algorithms in mathematics that Yanis Xenakis wrote, all they want to do is to change the paradigms of what music is and what music can make. And then this is something that I think we should devote our third session to, ambisonics, which is the most important format for virtual reality. So far is our leading format for sound immersion, because we have a 360 degrees audio. Let's read this. Ambisonics, a technique for the recording, mixing, and playback of 360-degree audio, was conceived in the 70s in the UK. It was very obscure until the boom of home entertainment systems in the 90s. And today's new frontiers in virtual reality video games, panoramic YouTube and Facebook videos, and 3D multimedia installations. What differentiates ambisonics from previously existing specialized sound technologies is that it can be adapted for any number of speakers. It's divorced from the so-called one-channel, one-speaker philosophy. And yet, in some ways, it is the beta version of truly spatial sound. The software is free and not optimally operational. When is this from? 2 years ago. Oh. Because, yeah, I'm going to share with you bibliography. In one of the books I'm going to give you is a book completely devoted to ambisonics. It's quite difficult, but at least together we're going to read some of it and understand how ambisonics is the future of what we're going to look for in virtual reality. Because as everything is getting better and easier to use with time. I don't know these media labs. But in the 2000s, beginning of 2000s, we had the wave field synthesis. So let's remember a little bit. At the beginning, we had the mono. So everything sounded in one channel. Then with the Beatles came the first recording. I think it was the last recording of one of their songs, was the first recording in stereo. So it's the first time we had someone caring that it sounded, I mean, we have 2 ears, and the fact that we can detect sounds coming from here or there is due to this distance between this ear and this one. So if a sound comes from here, it will reach this ear fastest than this one by a distance of milliseconds, but also it will be stronger here than here. And that's what we could really more or less replicate with stereo. Then came binaural recordings, which tried to be much more precise and replicating what we can actually hear. Some of them you will see that to record ambisonics, binaural, but also to record ambisonics, you will have here some microphones to record precisely the sounds with the difference among our ears, no? And then we had, in the 90s, we had our surround system, 5.1, that a lot of us had in their homes, but were super complicated because you needed to make a lot of perfect calculations. So it didn't really, it didn't become so popular because it was so complicated. At the same time, we also had, when I talk about surround, I'm talking more about the pop culture, let's say, like what people would consume in their homes. But this comes actually from electronic music that also with recordings, we started using stereo, and it was immediate that we said, okay, if we have a stereo, why don't we have 4 channels? And that's, you will hear it, or maybe you have heard it already. It's called quadraphonie. So 4 sources of sound. And then we have multi-channel. As you saw with the piece of Yanis Xenakis and Edgar Varese, we had 350 speakers. And actually, with our computers, we can make music for as many, or sound for as many loudspeakers as we want, as our interface allows, or our project allows. But with these little machines, we can have 350 channels anytime. The thing is to find the equipment to hear it. So as in the music, classical, Western, contemporary music, we developed these systems of multi-channel. In the entertainment world, there was this surround idea that the 5.1 was a good approximation, and now, well, this Dolby Atmos, I don't know it, but the wave field synthesis, I know it because in the university here in Berlin, we had one system, a small one, and in the TU there is a big one. I just want to let you know that if you're interested, you can get in contact with the universities and find a way to use these systems. But it's amazing, my experience there. I wrote a piece, and I could really put the instruments anywhere I wanted. And for me, that was like the first experience of really immersive sound, because truly you can feel the person walking, talking to you. So it becomes more and more realistic. Okay, I'm going to go back to my presentation, and I need to. You just sang in a church once. yeah, churches are fantastic to sing in, and also having the opportunity to sing either alone or in a choir will always be a great experience. And if you can, I highly recommend that you, I mean, when we are sound creators, it's important to be sensibilized to the fact, to the music experience itself. We want to create experience for our audience. We want to create experiences for other people. And so the more we are aware of our own way to perceive sound, like when you go to the street, I recommend you go for a sound walk. You don't need anyone, or you don't need an app, or you just go outside and say, I'm going to listen to the music of what's happening right now. Just go and listen. Try not to judge. This lady always screaming. A lady screaming. A dog barking. No, without judgment, just listening and enjoy the music, because there's music everywhere. And that is going to help us to be good creators of sound. Okay, talking about soundworks. Oh my God, I just had an idea. Is there any questions so far? I'm going to stop sharing. Any question? I'm going to look for something meanwhile. If anyone wants to.
I have a question. I'm not sure if I grasp completely the ambisonics, what they are.
Yes.
But if you want to cover that later, that's also okay.
I think I would like to prepare better, because it's quite new for me. And it's very important. So sure. I would like, because we are going to work with Mozilla Hubs, which is not ambisonics, no? But anyway, it's a wonderful way to create. Anyway, it's an immersive experience, even if we're not going to wear the sets, or we won't have ambisonics this time. But I want us to be super, like, get really deep into Mozilla Hubs, and have one of our lessons will be ambisonics. Yes. So far, what can I say? Not much more than we have read already. But it's what we will be using once we jump into another, in other formats other than Mozilla Hubs. So I would ask you to give me 1 or 2 weeks. I would prefer that it would be the 3rd week.
Yeah, whenever you want. Absolutely.
I get, also because I have a good friend here who knows about this a lot, and he offered to give me guidance into this. So I want us to discover ambisonics together in a better way. So, but I want to show you. Let me see. The piece of a friend of mine. She's a digital artist from Mexico. Malitzin Cortez, Layering Corpus. Because now that we read about Xenakis and how he made this idea of a cow's stomach, and that you were inside the cow's stomach and then you were digested and excreted, a friend of mine did something quite similar. And I want to find, maybe we can go now, if I find it, and listen to it. Let's see. Malitzin Cortez. Okay, here is one. I recommend you to join with Firefox, definitely not with Chrome. For some reason, I don't know, I have been having terrible problems with Chrome. Oh no, that's not, sorry. Copy. So I think this is the version he made, is the second one, Layering Corpus. And let me send you the website of Malitzin. Because right now she's one of the top digital artists working with virtual reality. in Latin America, digital artist. Malitzin Cortez, that's her name. And she's also a great friend of mine. And here it goes, that's her website. So I'm gonna share my screen with you now that I'm entering the world of layering corpus. This is a sound installation. And this is going to be, well, not only sound, of course. She's an architect too, and she's a composer too. So she created the whole sculpture, and she distributed her sounds in the piece. I think this is Mozilla Hubs is a wonderful place for creating community around virtual reality. So it is not like the most advanced virtual reality environment. It has a lot of constrictions and restrictions, but it has the amazing possibility that we are here right now, for instance, that we can question and talk about all these things. You can fly if you press G. Is everyone already familiar with Mozilla Hubs? Great. Matteo, ciao. Ah, he left. But you see, this looks quite organic, like our inner skin, no? Like our little inner glands. It could be our ears or. So Mozilla Hubs gives you a couple of options to deal with sound. But with those little options, we can do a lot. And I think that's a great exercise to be restricted in this way, because we will not be worried about animating a sound that goes from here to there. No, we're going to go to the basics, like, okay, we're going to be immersed, and this is the sound of the place. And those two things I think are the most important things for an immersive experience. Is anyone still there? Yes. Yeah, cool. Okay, so, well, let me know anytime if you have an opinion or an idea, please share it. Yeah. Oh, I found my way out. And this is the whole digestive system that Malitzin created. She loves to speculate with architecture, and she loves working with flattable material. So that's a perfect example of her work. And well, as we can fly, I'm going to try to go here to the upper part. Oh, this part, I love this. This is my favorite space here. So in terms of a sound installation, I think Mozilla offers us beautiful tools. that's why I would like us to create each one a little installation. And maybe at the end we can have a room where we all can go visit each other's installations and invite whomever we want to watch. You can see we have here some panning. So if I face my virtual head to the right, sounds pan in a kind of realistic ways if I turn my head to the other side. That's something we can choose to do or not. It depends on what we want to say with our piece. But what we're talking about at the beginning, how much of reality are we keeping in our piece? That's our decision as composers. Okay. So, what do you think about this? Anyone wants to tell me something about this piece of Malitzin? Or anyone has a piece that they would like to share with the rest of us that they, yes, it is very cool and immersive. Or if you have seen something on Google, on Mozilla Hubs that you are interested in.
What I can say from my part is that it immediately, like, I still feel that there is a certain kind of disruption between my imagination around VR and sound and audiovisual immersive spaces as I know them. Also from like, you know, when I enter a sound installation and when I enter a VR space, there is something in me that is still like, they still need to integrate almost this this new format. And obviously right now we're like accessing it with screens, so there is also a lot of distraction that come with these buttons and like how you navigate with the keyboards and so on. So I feel that also my body is still a bit is not yet able to turn or move in it in a way that I know it can. But in terms of like sound, I'm immediately somewhere else. When you enter like a live sound installation, this does not happen. Like you're still in the museum, you're still in the exhibition space, and then at a certain point sounds take over. But here you're immediately somewhere else. Exactly. And this might be, I mean, it might be obvious, but like fundamentally as a body experience, I don't find it that obvious as a spectator.
So usually you don't find it obvious? No, wait, but here you could feel more immersed than in other experiences, is what you mean?
I don't know if more immersed, but definitely there is something like, there is some very fast. I'm trying to reorganize my system, my cognitive patterns, my perception of sound and colors and everything to a new condition.
Yes.
Whereas like in other forms of like live or multimedia installation, there is always a transition into like, I have some intro time to enter the artwork. Here, I mean right away.
Yeah.
And this has a lot of information, and I find it very exciting personally.
I think there's something about, do you think it has to do with the Hubs nature? That, for instance, I am a gamer and I have played video games for so many years from the screen. So for me, every time I enter Mozilla Hubs, it is reminding me of my video games. No, I have this, I can make these cognitive adaptations faster on the screen. Other thing is when I look at things on augmented reality on my phone, for instance, that's still complicated for me. But what is super complicated still is wearing a headset for virtual reality, because I tend to get super, I feel bad with the movement, like very dizzy very easily. And I think, well, on one hand, it has to do with the way the piece was conceived. I have seen, or the video games, because I have also played video games in virtual reality. And when they take you completely out of your cognition to a completely new world where the movements are so disparate that you lose connection and that you lose track, then I just need to throw up. But it's also part that I need to get used to it. So now that I'm getting my new set soon, finally, so that I will be able to practice more and more. I think there will be some point that I will be getting used to the experience as fast as I can do it here on the screen, hopefully. But it also, for instance, in Texas a couple of years ago, I saw an exhibition. This was a piece from the BBC about the First World War and about soldiers. So you were sitting in the museum with your, and then in the world, you were also sitting in a little chair. But the world around you you were immersed in the world, and you felt like a soldier. But still, you had this connection to the real world that wouldn't let you feel so completely lost, no? So I think that's all these things we have to keep in mind, because with sound is the same. If we lose completely if we change completely the relationships that we have with sound in our natural reality, let's say. And if we enter a world where the physics of sound are not the same, we can be super lost. So if we want to do that, because we can do that, why not? But how can we make it more understandable for the audience? What are we trying to say with it? No? Thank you.
Yeah, and do you think that when we enter immersive environments, the fact of being immersed in a, let's say, melodic or harmonic environment rather than a noisy or like disharmonic environment allows us to sustain more the experience of being in it without getting the nausea, without getting the...
I think well, if it helps us, I don't think it has to do the sounds. This harmony and disharmony are also very subjective concepts. No, what for me can be super harmonic, maybe a noise of the guts, treated in some ASMR way that I can hear, but then it turns out to be very beautiful. This crumbling. And maybe for the person is disgusting. That's not music. That's not sound. That's not whatever. So that's so subjective. But it's good that you think about that, because we need to think how is the people going to feel? How can you keep the attention flowing normally? And we can be disruptive also, and a bit violent, and try to shake our listener. But it depends. I can't say, I would never say that tonal music would make it easier. But in terms of a wider audience who have never, people who have never heard atonal music, for instance, or who have never considered that noise can be musical too, of course, for them it could be easier. But for instance, if the harmonic melodic music we're listening to maybe it triggers something that I hate, maybe it reminds me of a song in my childhood in the 70s that I hate and I don't want to hear, you know. So it's so subjective. It depends on so many things, and there's no a formula like, okay, if we want to stay longer here, we should use this kind of music. It is, I think it depends on the language of everybody. Each one has a different approximation to music and to language. So these are the things that we as composers need to question ourselves, and we can do it as in group since we have the chance to meet. But that's also an exercise that I invite you to do constantly. Like, open your ears, listen. What does it mean to you? No? Anything else? I haven't tried Hubs with the VR goggles. Have you? Not yet. Okay, so we have like 40 minutes left. So I was thinking, what if we plan the rest of our workshop together? I think it would be very good to go more in depth into sound. So let's say one session about sound physics. No? That we, like, I tell you how have we, the terminology of sound. What is sound? So far, what have we as a culture concluded that sound is? How can we create sounds? Today we saw a little bit, no? The idea of, okay, we can use sound, natural sounds. We can process sound in our computers and add effects to it. We can record sound. We can synthesize sound. And with these four things, and the mix of these four things, we can do any sound we want. But how much notion do you have of sound? Should I go from the basics? Like, what is a sound wave? This is the shape of a sound wave. This is an envelope. That's why this sound has these characteristics. I think it's important at least to go a little bit into this. So when we are creating our own sounds, whether in from basics, let's do it from basics, and then we will see each one. For instance, someone said they worked. Okay, excellent. So we will do it from the beginning, and then we can use a bit of Ableton Live. So I can show you in Ableton graphically, and then I can also show you a bit of my live coding practice. Would it be a good idea to show you now? Okay, so let's finish the planning, and then to finish, I make a little performance. Yeah. Let me turn up the thing. It's a bit cold. So apart from the basics of sound physics, what else? Ambisonics. The whole ambisonics is another thing we need to look a bit into, because that's the main sound system for virtual reality. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if I can jump in, just to like clarify that obviously the course is not going to be a technical course on Ableton, but like we should keep it as you've done very well today, like in opening up possibilities for creating a sound imagination in digital environments. And for example, I find the resources very useful. So for example, I would now go and rediscover this composer that I know of, but I haven't listened to in from this perspective, let's say. And I, for example, I also like the journey through Mozilla Hub is really interesting because it also opens discussions, and so if there are more of that, or if you want to go back to the same work and like also understand more how it was designed, that's great. As we discussed with Alexandra, you mentioned this work around a cover. So to look at songs as immersive environments, which is also one of the core idea around lyrical gravity, which is no, it's a made-up notion of this like force that exists in the music that is able to open new spaces and touch the body and the emotional and the somatic body in a particular way. So yeah, so song as immersive environment is something that I would love to tackle. And if we don't have examples, maybe we can, or like if we don't have let's say a lesson about it, but it's a topic that it would be interesting to share. And also songs as sound, but of course, if we want to tap also into like music videos and song as audio visuals worlds, this is something that we could definitely do.
Definitely.
Yeah. So that's yeah, I think that like knowing more about the like what came before VR, so in terms of technology or concert formats or music installation, it's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we can go deeper into sound immersive installations before virtual reality.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and then feel free to like bring all topics you people that you love to hear about, and we'll do our best to accommodate.
Spatial cognition, nice. Also, we don't need to use Ableton, but I will definitely will show you my sound editing softwares. I use open source softwares like Ardour and Sound Edit. That is my main tool. Sound Edit is my main tool for cutting sound, and Ardour is my main tool for mixing. We're going to see how to implement this sound interactiveness in virtual reality. Yes, in Mozilla Hubs. So we are going to, okay, I think next class can be divided into physics of sound, a little more history of immersion, sound immersion history, and examples. I will have the chance to ask Malitzin to tell me more about how she made the sounds. So maybe she can make a version of the piece in which we can see where she located the sounds. Special version of layering corpus. Also, I have seen already a song installation. I was already in a song in virtual reality. So I will try to remember when I saw it. Songs in Mozilla Hubs. So we can have that experience next week. And then to finish next week, we will have 1 hour or so making let's make a space together, like a space for the course, where we're going to exhibit our little installations. So our project in Mozilla Hubs. So I think this is our next week's, yeah, bit of physics of sound, sound immersion history. Then we go deeper into layering corpus, and we visit this song that I saw, and then we start making our own project in Mozilla Hubs, because once we are there, Mozilla Hubs has an editing tool. I don't know if you know already Spoke. That's where you can...
We started using Spoke in the visual world design course. Not everybody's taking also that course, but...
Okay, so we will be creating it. It's like we will be there in a space, and each one will choose a place where they can start doing things. So let's try that way. And in Spoke, as some of you already saw the options you have for video, we will also see the options we have for sound, which are limited compared to Ambisonics, but it's perfect tool for us to start understanding the idea of immersive sound. Yeah? Okay, we have our lesson. So what about you give me 5 minutes? I'm gonna set up things here. And I will invite you to visit our space of Top Lab Berlin in Mozilla Hubs. Where is it? Let me see. Top Lab Berlin. Well, let me wait a second. So we made this, actually Malitzin was the one who modeled this space for me. Oh, did I have something else? Good. Sorry, I'm gonna close all this. And it's okay if I come back in 5 minutes? Okay, see you around.
The only thing, Alexander, when you will be, she's gone? Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah. I keep the room open, so if you guys want to take a break, it's now 12:03. So if we want to be here 12:10, I would say, then we can continue. Okay, Alexandra, I gave a break until 12:10 for everybody. Yeah, and the only thing, you're muted now. The only thing that I've asked you to, if we go somewhere else to another environment, if you can keep the Zoom open, so we keep the recording happening of your screen.
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay.
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 Thank you.
So I come back to the call in 7 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, we're here.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now I don't know how to close Zoom. Here. Hello. Ah. Hello.
Hello.
Guys, I'm having a big trouble with my sound thing. I can't organize it to have the streaming into the place I wanted. But what I can do is show you. So what about I make the performance next time, or doing the next time, because it's right now my settings are super complicated.
Sure, that's fine. We can also make a test beforehand if you need.
Yeah. So let me look for the. This is the space we have for Berlin Top Lab. You can go on Firefox. And visit the space. This is how I prepared it for an algorithm, which is this party I was telling you about for live coders. So I decorated the space for this occasion. But this is actually the space I made. Top Lab is, as I told you, the organization of live coders. And the node of Berlin, I am in charge of it. You are very welcome to join in case you're interested in live coding. You can anytime be part of the community. Whether it is that you want to learn what it is, you don't need to be a musician or a live coder or a programmer. You just need to have the interest to be part of Top Lab Berlin. So as you can see, this is what I did for the algorithm we had 1 month ago. I found that writing some instructions at the entrance would be helpful, because many people, I remember the first time I entered Mozilla Hubs, I didn't know how to move. Everything was so weird. And having instructions at the beginning, I felt it helped people understanding what to do, feeling welcome. This is the logo of the algorithm. And this is the logo of the Russian organization that hired me to organize all this, and the Goethe Institute who organized this in Moscow. And here's the stream. Here's the screen. So what I do, it usually works with Twitch. I don't know if you already know this, but at the beginning we used to, in April, we used to work with YouTube. But then it was impossible. So we switched to Twitch, and it was actually much better. So but what I have here is the link to my Twitch, which you can see right now, but that's the Twitch of Top Lab Berlin. So that's just live coding performances that if you click on open link on the screen, it will take you to the Top Lab Berlin Twitch. And you will see there's, I think, one video of one of my performances. And I don't know how many of you are in Berlin, but I designed this space having in mind the Teufelsberg, which is an old Nazi observatorium. Or was it an observatory? No, I think it was like a station, because they had Berlin is very flat. So this Teufelsberg is one of the few high points. So this was a perfect spy point. And now it is abandoned, and it has become quite a character for one of the so many abandoned places in Berlin. So that's why I decided to make it here. And I also put here inside of the sphere another screen. So each screen has its own audio. Matteo, you can fly if you press G, if you're interested in flying. And when you place a screen, it comes with its own audio, and you can choose in Spoke whether to have it panning, so to behave kind of realistically, or you can say, no, let's make it, what comes out of this screen is going to sound in the whole in the whole space. So those are mainly, those are the most basic movements with sound we can make. Malitzin also modeled this in Blender for me, this big logos of the algorithm. So just to let you know that we can use this space. Actually, if you want, we can have the meeting here, and we can set, I can make a copy of this room just for our project, and each one can have a room for their own piece that we want to make in the end. In this case, I made replicas of this same room because we had a lot of people coming to the show, and Mozilla Hubs doesn't work well with more than 30 people in one space, no? Okay, so that's something I wanted to show you. Yeah, I think let's talk about live coding next week when I have my setting, because I now have all my settings for recording I'm making, and I only have this computer, so I'm sorry about that, but we will make it any other time. Okay, so any ideas, thoughts? Sam, hey, hello. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for having me here. So yeah, this is your space. I will make a copy without the Moscow things, and I will prepare a copy for us, for our project, and we can make our sound installations there.
All right.
Well, if we have 15 minutes, what do you say? Maybe I show you a little bit online about live coding. What is live coding? And yeah, where did you ask in Facebook? Yes, okay, fantastic. Welcome. So Top Lab is the community for live coding. Yes, tell me.
No, yeah, as you wish, Alexander. I feel that maybe it's better if we open the live coding topic, a separate session, so that we can, unless you want to give us an intro now in these 15 minutes, we can also conclude the session here.
It's a good point to conclude the session, because we had so much information. My throat is a bit tired, but now I have a very good idea of what we want, where are we going. So I hope you like this session. I really enjoyed it. I remembered many things that I had forgotten already, and I have new ideas, and it's very nice to meet you all. And please feel free to, if you have any direct questions, if it's okay with you, you can write me on my email, gmail.com, Tiempos del Ruido, which is my ID. If you need something special, like some guidance or some questions, please write to me. So next week, we will go deep into physics of sound, and and we will start making our own installation in Mozilla Hubs. Yes. Then this is a great opportunity, because I have been wanting to make this cover for like 2 years, and I have all the samples already. So I will do my installation with this song immersive, but I will live code it. So I will show you how to live code it, and how my process will be. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Alexander, for the lecture and for your enthusiasm.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for everybody for contributing to this process. And next Tuesday, same time, same link. Alexander, I also fill you in. We have a Discord chat where we can put stuff. And it would be great if you can sum up the links of your presentation and resources, so that people can also do a little bit of homework or researching before the next session. That'd be great.
Let me share with you the presentation. Where is it? Let's see, how do I share this presentation? Okay, no, or can you give me the link to Discord and I put everything there?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it like that.
Thank you. Okay, have a nice day. And
Thank you, everybody.
See you next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. This beautiful workshop on sound and virtual reality. I planned that our session was divided in 2 hours today. Like the first part, let's talk about sound. What is sound, the physics? Like we mentioned it briefly last time, but I think it's important before the rest, before we go into DAWs and before we record and synthesize sound and we work in Super Collider next week. Thank you. Session is being recorded. That's great. So hello from the future people who will be looking at this class. And then when we have this knowledge, like what is sound and how can we work sound physically on the computer, at the end of this hour, feel free to ask me questions, or if you need something special for your project, then we will devote some minutes for that. And then we have a little break. And then in the second hour, we are going to work on Mozilla Hubs. So we will have the chance to apply some of the knowledge we had from the first hour. And then we're going to see how are we going to start making our immersive environments in Mozilla Hubs. Yes? Any question or comment so far? Good. So what is sound? That it's a nice question. I'm just trying to put my Zoom. I promised I really investigated a bit on Zoom. Okay, what is sound? Sound is, in terms of physics, is a vibration that propagates as an acoustic wave through a transmission medium, such as gas, liquid, or solid. So acoustic wave is different than other waves, for instance, in the sense that an acoustic wave transmits only movement of particles. It doesn't transmit heat or energy, no? So this is how... Did you hear the guitar?
Yes, here. Yeah.
So the white line in the middle, that is the string of the guitar, let's say. So when it moves
Or I'm sorry, let's double check. We're seeing the first slide currently.
The one
is
that's what is called What is Sound?
No, it's sound in VR session 2.
So it's stuck there? Oh my God.
Yeah, maybe it is because while sharing you choose the different window. You can also share the whole screen.
I would love for you guys to see my screen. How can I do that?
Yeah, so then stop sharing maybe and then try to share again and choose.
But I didn't see share screen. Desktop one.
There should be the first one should be screen. And make sure that you also enabling 2 checkboxes. Share computer sound and optimize screen sharing.
I have one called desktop one is the first option.
Okay, now we can see what is sound.
What is sound? And if I play the guitar, can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if I go back, you see this other session too?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we're there. And you see me still?
Yeah.
No, I don't see you. Why? Why can't I see you guys now? Jesus Christ. Zoom is quite complicated. Don't record this. Don't look at me. How can I? Okay, so in the terms of physics, sound is a vibration that propagates as an acoustic wave. So I'm going to play this little video where we can see the vibration. How a guitar string vibrates, and with its movement it displaces the particle of the medium through it propagates. It can be air, which is how we normally listen to sound, but we can also listen through sound in other kinds of gases. And actually sound moves faster in liquids and even faster in solids. So it's important to keep in mind that when we talk about sound in physics, we're talking about acoustic wave. So it is not transmitting heat or energy, it is transmitting movement. But then we have also the definition on the part of the psychology and physiology, because we have acoustic waves that we cannot hear, but they are still acoustic. So in terms of psychology and physiology, what we can hear is actually the sound, is the reception of those waves we were talking about before, and how the brain perceives them. So only acoustic waves that have a frequency between 20 hertz, approximately, because every person is different, and 20,000 hertz are perceived by the human brain. We will talk about hertz in a little bit. But as you can see in this little graphic, we have then these waves reach our ear, and the shape of our ears are like a personal filter. Each one hears differently because these little things in our ear, they filter sound in different ways. So it depends on each one. And so they are gathered to go through the external auditory canal. Once they reach there, they move this tympanic membrane. I think most of us have heard about this. And this is the membrane that moves when we are in an airplane and we need to bring it back. So this is a membrane that does that. And what this membrane does is to then replicate the sounds of the waves. They are coming here and sending them to these little hammers here. And these hammers, these little bones, very little bones, transmit all this movement from here gets transmitted into the cochlea, which is super important in many aspects for us. But right now, what we will talk, because also for our balance and our sense of positioning and movement, for our proprioception, but for sound, the cochlea is where the magic happens because it's the transductor. It's like a microphone in the sense that it transduces a kind of energy into another. So we had entering here physical waves pressuring on this, and the cochlea turns those waves into electricity, into electric waves and into electric impulses that our brains are going to read and perceive, no? So here's the cochlea. I want us to see this 2-minute videos of someone explaining.
Welcome to 2-Minute Neuroscience, where I simplistically explain neuroscience topics in 2 minutes or less. In this installment, I will discuss the cochlea. When sound waves travel through the canal of our ear, they hit the tympanic membrane or eardrum and cause it to vibrate. This vibration prompts movement in the ossicles, a trio of tiny bones that transmit the vibration to a structure called the oval window, which sits in the wall of the cochlea. The cochlea is a tiny coiled structure in the inner ear that resembles a snail shell. The interior of the cochlea consists of 3 fluid-filled canals that run parallel to one another: the scala vestibuli, the scala media, and the scala tympani. The scala vestibuli and scala tympani contain a fluid called perilymph, and the scala media contains a fluid called endolymph. When the oval window is depressed by the ossicles, it creates waves that travel through the fluid of the cochlea. These waves cause a structure called the basilar membrane to move as well. To visualize the function of the basilar membrane, it can be helpful to imagine the cochlea uncoiled. When waves flow through the fluid in the cochlea, they create small waves within the basilar membrane itself that travel down the membrane. Different sections of the basilar membrane respond to different frequencies of sound, and as the waves progress down the membrane, they reach their peak at the part of the membrane that responds to the frequency of the sound wave created by the original stimulus. In this way, the basilar membrane accurately translates the frequency of sounds picked up by the ear into representative neural activity that can be sent to the brain. The translation of the movement of the basilar membrane into electrical impulses occurs in the organ of corti, which is the receptor organ of the ear. It sits atop the basilar membrane and contains receptor cells known as hair cells. Hair cells are so named because protruding from the top of each cell is a collection of small hairs called stereocilia. When the basilar membrane vibrates, this causes movement of the hair cells and their stereocilia. Movement of the stereocilia opens ion channels and causes the release of neurotransmitters to propagate the auditory signal to the vestibulocochlear nerve, which will carry the information regarding the auditory stimulus to the brain to be analyzed and perceived.
Okay, I think that's a great explanation. So actually our ears are transductor as our headphones. Only headphones, they work, a microphone and headphones, no? Headphones convert electronic signals into acoustic signals, and microphones convert acoustic signals into electronic signals. Well, our ears, just as microphones, they convert the physics waves into electronic waves. And that's something I want us to keep in mind, that we are perceiving vibration. So we have two components, no? The physic and the physiological, psychological. Yeah, that's the cochlea. Okay, sound can be viewed as a wave motion in the air or other elastic media, because as we said, the media needs to be elastic in order to vibrate, to oscillate. In this case, sound is a stimulus. Sound can also be viewed as an excitation of the hearing mechanism that results in the perception of sound. In this case, sound is a sensation. So we have a stimulus and a sensation. Stimulus is the physical, from the physical point of view, and the sensation is from the psychological point of view. Okay, so main thing, sound propagates as waves. And there are two types of movement of these waves. One is longitudinal, which are the waves that we mostly hear, and transversal, which is the way sound moves, especially in solid, like in a stone or ice or through any solid object. Sound is going to move in a transversal way. And normally it moves in a longitudinal way. What we saw, the example from here, this is longitudinal because the movement is occurring in the same direction as the object is being moved. Okay, that's just for you to know that there are two kinds of sound waves. Any questions so far? Any comment? Something you would like to know more about this issue? Okay, let's go on. Now that we are going to be creating with sound, it's important for us to know who is the people who studied sound, so we can go and research things that, and that's what I want to give you, language, so you know that you can put your ideas, how to put your ideas into reality. If you want it to sound better, you need volume, you need a different frequency. So that's what we're doing today. We're getting language so you can Google things on your own, or that you can ask some other people or read in books, no? So the field of knowledge that deals with audio is the acoustics. Acoustics is the interdisciplinary science that deals with the study of mechanical waves in gases, liquids, and solids, including vibration, sound, ultrasound, and infrasound. Why? Because, as we said, acoustics are waves, mechanical waves, that transmit movement, but they don't transmit heat or energy. Heat or mass. No, they do transmit mass because the particles are movement. But what happens if they go under our hearing range? That is called infrasound. So they are acoustic waves that go below our hearing range. If they go up our hearing range, that is ultrasound. A scientist who works in the field of acoustics is an acoustician, different from an acoustical engineer and from an audio engineer. So an audio engineer is expert in recording, manipulating, creating in a sound studio, but an acoustician can work with sound from the very roots, and it can be applied to many, many branches of knowledge. With our phones, our things we use all the time. So behind all these amazing things are acousticians working, and how sound is dealt with mechanically. And then the psychoacoustics is a branch of the acoustics that involves the scientific study of sound perception and audiology, how humans perceive various sounds. So for us, it will be helpful when we are creating an immersive experience to know that, for instance, okay, I know this sound is like that, but I know that when I move, I will perceive the sound in a different way. So it's good to have both things in mind, no? How we can create physically the sound, and how are we going to perceive it or make the audience perceive the sound. Okay, let's see the physical properties of sound. This is the most basic ways to describe sound. We will hear a lot the frequency. I have told you already about frequency. Whenever you deal with sound music, you will talk about frequency, because it describes the speed at which the object vibrates, and depending on the speed, we will have different tones. So the definition of frequency is number of occurrences of a repeating event per unit of time. It is measured in units of hertz. That's the word we use in physics of sound, which is equal to 1 occurrence of a repeating event per second. So 1 hertz means something is moving, is oscillating 1 time per second. If I tell you 440 hertz, something is going to be vibrated at 440 times per second. And so this is the way we write it, no? Hertz. This is used in science and engineering to specify the rate of oscillatory and vibratory phenomena. So you see we have different representations of waves moving at different speeds. And you can see that in the graphic. This is a very useful, very basic graphic translation of a wave. As you can see, this pink one on the bottom is the fastest of them all, no? So let's see this example of a signal frequency. You might be hearing now a very low frequency of 2930 hertz, and we have a little visualizer there that shows us how it looks. 50 times per second. 60. Now careful with your ears, it's not too loud, but okay, you got the gist. You can watch it. You will have this presentation on your, you will have this link with all the links inside, so you can watch it freely. But I just wanted to let you know how the correspondence, no? So we started here in 20 hertz and we finish here in 13,000, that is too high. And then the dogs can hear this, and then I can't hear it. 70,000. I'm getting old because you start losing the ability to hear high frequencies with age. Kids are very good at that. And here's a graphic of I was telling you. So this is our range from 20 hertz, so from 20 times per second to 20,000 times per second. That's what humans can hear. But dogs can hear like double, and cats even more, no? And elephants can listen lower sounds. They actually speak in very low frequencies that we can't hear. And what it's under the range, here you can see this is the infrasound. So this is the elephants communicated at very, very long, low waves. And the ultrasound is what goes beyond our reach, no? So that now you know what infrasound, ultrasound means and what is frequency. Any question until there? Okay, so next thing we need to have clear about the sound is the amplitude. My amplitude is basically the level, the volume of the sound. The maximum extent of a vibration or displacement of an oscillation measured from the position of equilibrium. So for instance, in the guitar, in the string that we saw at the beginning, if we pull it hard, the string is going to move bigger movements, and that's why it sounds louder than if we pull it just a little bit. So because when we pull it just a little bit, it's closer to the position of equilibrium, so it doesn't displace as many particles as when we really pull it, and then we have a bigger movement that displaces a lot of particles and we can hear more volume. Amplitude is the maximum absolute value of a periodically varying quantity, because if we analyze a wave, we can see that the amplitude is changing a lot. Sometimes it's not as high, but in total, that's like a Durchschnitt, like a, yeah, as it says here, no absolute value. That's what we consider the amplitude. So with sound waves, it is the extent to which air particles are displaced, and this amplitude of sound or sound amplitude is experienced as the loudness of sound. So we have here a little sketch where we can see how usually sound waves are represented with these two main properties of sound. Frequency, we always usually represent it on the x-axis. And so it means the x-axis from left to right is time, no? So you can see if we have many more, we know it is a high frequency. And if we have less, it is a low frequency. And the amplitude, we represent it in the y-axis. So how, if it's a big wave, it's gonna be louder.
Sorry, we cannot hear you. Oh, it's only me.
Ah, sorry.
Okay.
Where did you stop listening to me? So, okay, speed of sound. It's not that we're going to be dealing with speed of sound when we're creating our immersive experiences, but it's good to know how sound behaves. And speed of sound is a very important property. Usually when we talk about the speed of sound, it refers to the speed of sound waves in air, which is what we usually deal with, no? Unless we get into a pool, then we can hear sounds different. However, the speed of sound varies from substance to substance. Typically, sounds travel most slowly in gases,
faster in liquids and faster in solids. The speed of sound is the distance traveled per unit of time by a sound wave as it propagates through an elastic medium. Sorry. So at 20 degrees centigrade, the speed of sound in air is about 343 meters per second. So this is what we usually think about is, okay, speed of sound is 343 meters per second, but the truth is that it changes depending on the temperature. Some people say, oh yeah, sounds behave differently depending on the sea level, and that's not true. That's not true. Sounds only changes depending on the medium it moves through and the temperature. That's it. And now let's talk a bit about the perception of sound. Any questions there about the parameters of the sound? No? Okay, the field of psychoacoustics that we talked about before is dedicated to these studies, to the perception of sound, psychoacoustics. And this could give us, I think it's an important thing to keep in mind if we want to create special things in a virtual reality environment. We can go and see how our brains react to sound. And as we mentioned in last class, how much of that we want to keep in our virtual reality environment. Because if we change completely the laws, then we will be surely completely lost and it wouldn't make sense. It's very easy to fall in that trap. It's like, oh, okay, let's make something completely different that doesn't exist. And then you're there and it doesn't work because it doesn't have any relationship to your way of perceiving sound. So it's important that we know and little by little to keep this in mind. That's yes. And as I was telling you, it's good to open your ears and when you walk in the streets or in your own house, take some moments to hear, because that will give you clues and how an immersive environment can be really successful with sound, no? So the field of psychoacoustics. Okay, defines sound as the sensation of hearing, that is that which is heard. Psychophysics, sensation due to stimulation of the auditory nerves and the auditory centers of the brain, usually by vibrations transmitted in a material medium, commonly air, affecting the organ of hearing. And physics, vibrational energy which occasions such a sensation. Sound is propagated by progressive longitudinal vibratory disturbances. Okay, I think we have seen today very nice definitions of what sound is, no? So this is a very nice thing that I wanted to mention, because this is going to be important for us in creating our realities. This means that the correct response to the question, if a tree falls in the forest with no one to hear it fall, does it make a sound? And that is a very good question that I think we need to think about. I put the link here. There is a whole Wikipedia page that can guide us into that question, like what have been the kind of answers. But from the side of acoustics and psychoacoustics, the answers is yes and no. Because on one hand, a human, if a human doesn't hear it, it's it can still fall, but we can't hear it. And yeah, and no, it depends on whether the being answer using the physical or the psychophysical definition. Yes, so if we don't perceive it, it maybe didn't happen. But so that is well, if I go, can you see the link I opened, or are you still in the presentation? No, I think with Zoom, I need to stay in the same page, no? I can't move.
We still can see the presentation.
Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I would like to, if I move, can you see it now?
Nope.
Ugh. Zoom. And I will figure out how to share properly screens for next time. 6 ways in which sound waves are analyzed. So we talked about the physics, frequency, amplitude, speed of sound. But now let's talk about terms we use when we perceive sound. And this is when it starts mixing with music terms. So the pitch, when we that is the frequency of the sound. When we say, oh, that's a high pitch and that's a low pitch, is a sound pitch is sound that it represents the frequency that we saw before, no? High pitch, low pitch. So that is let's say subjective way to refer to sound, because maybe for someone that is a low pitch, but for someone else that is a high pitch. So it is subjective. But when we talk about pitch, we talk about the tone, the frequency of the sound. The duration, how long or short a sound is, no? Loudness, that is the amplitude. How is perceived if it's loud or soft? Again, this is very subjective. A sound, how loud or soft. Timbre, that is a very important one, especially for musicians, because we tend to recognize, to tell different instruments apart because of their timbre, that is like their particular voice. Timbre is perceived as the quality of different sounds. For example, the thud of a fallen rock, the whir of a drill, the tone of a musical instrument, or the quality of a voice. That's why you can tell it's me speaking or is someone else in the, no, you recognize the voice because every voice has a distinct timbre. It represents the pre-conscious allocation of a sonic identity to a sound. For example, that is an oboe, no? Or that is a guitar. So the identity is based on information gained from many things, but among them, frequency transients, noisiness, unsteadiness, perceived pitch, and the spread and intensity of overtones in the sound over an extended time frame. And the way a sound changes over time. The overtones is that a sound consists not only of one tone, it's not just one note. Every sound is made of many different waves superimposed, no? So if we were to analyze my voice, it will show a very different behavior than any other voice. Usually these overtones, for instance, when we play a note in a guitar, the bass tone that we hear is the tone, is the note, is the wave that is the loudest. That's why we can say, okay, this string is an E, because that is the loudest of all the frequencies that string is exciting. The E is the loudest. Then comes usually the octave of that tone. Octave means double the frequency. So when you hear my voice, it has the bass sound and the 1 octave sound. Usually most sounds are like that. And then comes a fifth, but these are intervals, musical intervals that we will take a look at next week. So we can perceive sound, how high or low it is, how long it is, how loud it is, and what are the voice, the characteristic timbre of these sounds. Of course, and we also have the sonic texture, relates to the number of sound sources and the interaction between them. Let's say if we have a chorus, there is not just only one voice. Then we have, normally we will have 4 or 5 sopranos They all have different individual voices, but they get together, no? So we have a texture of voices. So when we hear a sonic texture of a big choir, it's a completely different texture than a quartet or just a soloist or two. You can, the texture, or an orchestra, no? So in this context, relates to the cognitive separation of auditory objects. In music, texture, like in musical terms, when we talk about texture, we usually talk about unison. That's when people are singing exactly the same melody, or two guitars are playing exactly the same melody, or two trumpets, or five double basses. When they are playing the same thing, that is unison. Polyphony is when each one of these voices plays a different melody. So in the choir, we have the soprano singing differently to a bass, to the bass section, or to the alto section. They have different melodies, but somehow they make sense. So that's called polyphony. And homophony, I don't remember very well what was homophony, but I think it's more or less the same as unison. I will have to look it up. But it can also relate, for instance, which is very important for us, to a busy cafe, for instance. How do we know we are in a virtual reality and we hear, fuck, I am in the movie theater now, because we are replicating the texture, no, of this sound. Well, you will hear cacophony, but it's a word that I don't like to use very much, because it has a value for me. I think it has a value judgment when it says that something doesn't sound nice, but that's very subjective, no? As we were talking last time with the examples of John Cage, a sound that for one person sounds terrible, for other persons can be wonderful, so. Anyway, the texture of an orchestral piece is very different from the texture of a brass quintet because of the different numbers of players. The texture of a marketplace is very different from a school hall because of the difference in the various sound sources. So it's important, I think, for us to keep in mind when we're going to create our own work, our immersive experiences, to think about, okay, what kind of sound texture do I want here, no? If we think of our experiences, we can divide it by segments. And okay, my room this morning, 1 hour, 2 hours ago, this was my bed, and the sound was very different. The light was very different. 1 hour later, I rolled my mattress, and this is my studio, and it sounds different. The light is different. So. Or just think about your day, no? How is it the sound when you wake up? And then you go to the cafe one morning and you can hear all the music and the people talking and when we used to go out. And all this to keep in mind, no? When we want to replicate. And the other thing we need to keep in mind about perception of the sound is the localization. And this is what we will be focusing mostly on the second part of our workshop today, because cognitively, the placement of a sound is super important for us as humans. We have evolved thanks to our ears that we can hear where the predator comes or where the prey is, or it's going to rain, or oh, that doesn't sound good, let's run from here, no? And so knowing the placement of the sound, and we talked about how stereo and binaural techniques that we will see next class a little bit in depth. Stereo allows us to locate sounds. And today we will be working on locating sounds in Mozilla Hubs, and how we will make exercises on how how all the things we're going to do to the sound affect our cognition of the experience, including the placement of a sound on both the horizontal and vertical plane, the distance from the sound source, and the characteristics of the sonic environment. So it deals then with space. What kind of space are we in? Are we in our closet, or are we in our big theater, or a big arena, or a forest? No. In a thick texture, it is possible to identify multiple sound sources using a combination of spatial location and timbre identification. Okay, so the birds are there, but here is a bear, and here's a river, and here's a radio, no? So now you know, like, the main language to talk about sound. Perception and the physics of sound. Any question until there? So let's talk a little bit more. I was planning to have some minutes to go into any doubts you have, but if not, if you don't have any special doubt or something you want to look at right now, let's just think about what digital signal processes are, because okay, now we know how sound works in our natural reality. No, that's how we have evolved for thousands, millions of years to hear what we hear today. So it's important for us when we are creating new worlds, how much of that evolution we want to hack, to surprise, or to emulate. No? But how are we going to do that in a computer? Now we need to move into the digital realm. So when we're in the digital world, we mainly are processing signals, no? In a digital way. So refers to the use of digital processing, such as by computers or more specialized digital signal processors, to perform a wide variety of signal processing operations, because signal processes can be acoustic too. No? Like before we had computers, we were already processing signals to create machines, electronic signals, no? To create synthesizers or a washing machine, or we were processing different signals. But the digital, now we're talking about a different, now we're thinking about sound in a different way, because we are translating it just as our ear did, translating the physical into electronic. So because our brain is electronic, the same way, how are we going to deal with sound electronically here? So these are, we turn these impulses into sequence of sounds that represent samples. Samples, we usually talk about samples as sounds that are recorded. Okay, but in audio, we also talk about samples in that the computer is like taking a sample of the state of this signal. So if it takes if it takes less samples, it will make a rough. That's how we see pixelated video, for instance. No, because we don't have enough information. The sample rate is so slow that it can't recreate it very well. But if we have more samples, we can make a better approximation. So whenever you see in sound that we have a sample rate, usually we will have a 44,100 hertz. We know now what hertz is, because the theory in sound recording is that if we double the frequency from our auditory range, we will make sure we will have all the information there. And if we go even further, because there are 48,000 hertz sampling, or even 90-something thousand that I've never used because we don't use it so much, and only it's a very specific, only if it's a very specialized thing. But the thing is here is that the computer digitally is making samples, recording the state of a. So this is a discrete process. This is not a continuous process as it is in electronics. digital, we are sampling. So it represents samples of a continuous variable in a domain such as time, space, or frequency. So digital signal processing not only happens for audio, it's just a big concept. Like now everything we did in the physics and we do now digitally, we are processing signals. But for audio, this is a very important concept that I want you to go deep into it if you want or if you can. And I'm also giving you material to read about it. But digital audio signal processing, audio signal processing, okay, we have been processing signals like audio, like what other signals have we processing? Electronic signals, no? But since the digital signal processing, we are also able to do digital audio signal processes. But what is audio signal processes? Refers to the use of digital processing, such as by computer, digital signal processing and analog signal processing are subfields of signal processing. Okay, this explains better than I did. Digital signal processing's applications include audio, speech processing, sonar, radar, and other sensor array processing. Okay, look at all these things we have been able to achieve thanks to the ability of processing analog signals. Here is this big list, and it's a very big list. Audio signal processing is a subfield of signal processing that is concerned with the electronic manipulation of audio and signals. So we were manipulating audio signals electronically, well, since the birth of synthesizers and then audio recordings. So what happens with electronics is that audio signals are electronic representations of sound waves, which travel through air. And this energy contained in audio signals is typically measured in decibels. And this is something we will see all the time in our computers, in our microphones, how many decibels in our mixers. You will see dB, small d and big B. That is the short for decibels. As audio signals may be represented in either digital or analog format, processing may occur in either domain. Analog processors operate directly on the electrical signal. So when we had our synthesizers, because we still use electronic synthesizers, and we turn a knob to control the voltage, to make it faster or to make it louder, we are processing the signal in an electronic way, which is a constant, let's say. Instead, the digital, as I said, are samples. So it is taking samples to recreate in the digital world, no? Which is what happens with our ears, because our ears can hear so many things, but our brains filters it in a way that has been determined by evolution, by the evolution we're talking about for so many millions of years, for our necessities. No, we needed to escape the predators. Our ears know how to look for that. But if we didn't have this kind of filtering that our brain makes, I guess we should be hearing like. That's why a mother, for instance, wakes up when the baby makes such a high frequency, and we women are more sensitive to high frequencies because of that, because the babies, and that sound, that little sound, makes a woman like, where is it? What should I do? No, that is how evolution was, and that is yeah. Any questions so far? Okay, so what we're going to do for our virtual reality settings is that we're going to digitally process audio signals. And we're going to create sounds, record sounds, and maybe we feel like, okay, I'm going to record the street. But when you come here and you listen to that sound, you would say, oh, it sounds, no, what I want in my world is that sound, but I want it to sound better. I want it to sound louder. I want to filter that white noise that I hear everywhere. So I put a filter, and then I put a reverberation so I can emulate the space. And all these things that we're going to do is what is called digital audio signal. So, any questions so far? What if we take our little break? Is 15 too much, maybe? Okay, let's take, it is 10:57, and yes, Adil. Well, we're half a minute early because we said at 11:15. But if you wanted, if someone wants to share anything, any idea, please feel free to ask me anything. I will try to answer it. And if I don't know the answer, we'll look for it together. I think the most important thing in learning is learning how to look for information yourself, and where to, like, learning how to ask people for information and where to ask for information. That is a super cool superpower because nobody ever will know everything. But together we can know a lot of things together. So if you want to share, like, what do you do, for instance, meanwhile? Anyone wants to tell me what they're doing and what their interest in sound is? Also, that will help me to plan the next session better. Chat. I got an invitation in Discord, but when I clicked on it, it was too late, I guess, because it said the link wasn't valid.
Okay, 1 second, we'll send it.
Oh, thank you.
Can you actually send the same link to me again, Nikita? Because I had the same issue.
Yeah, we'll send it then in a chat. You will be able to do this right now.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. So I hope you enjoyed the first hour talking about sound. That is, yeah, here it is. No, now it opened Chrome. Okay, let's start now. Let's go to Mozilla Hubs. As we mentioned earlier, Mozilla Hubs is a very simplified way of making virtual reality, and I think that was a great move because it reaches more people. I wouldn't have gotten into virtual reality if it wasn't through Mozilla Hubs. So it has many advantages, especially when it comes to community and learning the basics, like learning how to make a model, learning to think about dimensions and space and location. But for instance, we can't make sound 360 degrees sound. We can have that. We can't have, but we can emulate that, but that's what we're going to learn today. We're going to emulate what would be a 360 sound. I talked to Malitzin, the girl, the Mexican artist who did the exhibition we saw, and you have the layering corpus, you have the link. And she said to me, she says hello, by the way. And she said that what she did to use this to create the simulation, it creates the sensation that when you move to certain place, it activates the sound, but it's not truly, that's not truly what's happening. But that's something you can emulate with what we're going to look today in Mozilla Hubs. I don't know how advanced, do you have an experience with Mozilla Hubs yet?
A little.
Okay, so I think it's okay if we go from the beginning. Let's, I recommend the tutorial, and the help of Mozilla Hubs is super good. And we also have a Discord chat, and people are super nice. Really, it's a very, I feel very fine to be part of that community. So also feel welcome to ask anytime. If you go to this get started documentation, maybe I share the link with you on the chat, right? Let's say I find out how to share something in the chat. Yes! Every day, new steps in Zoom. So let's just see the link on how to get started. Remember, you can ask me or let me know anything at any time. Please write in the chat or actually ask with your microphone. That's okay. Okay, let's get started with Hubs by Mozilla. It's an experimental, we need to keep this in mind, virtual reality friendly platform that was created by the Mozilla Mixed Reality team. Hubs is a tool for communicating and collaborating privately, and allows you to connect with people and bring resources from around the internet for your meeting and virtual events. So actually we could have this class in one of those environments. And I think we're going to do that. We're going now to make our own space for our class, and we will meet there. I will do it so you can see how I do it, and then you can enter this. I send you the link and you enter the space. So remember that we don't need a virtual reality device to visit and create in Hubs rooms, any Hub room. And it runs in most modern browsers, but I have to say Chrome is not it. Let's use Firefox because it's actually the same team. And we have better support when we use Firefox and everything. So let's go to hubsmozilla.org, copying it in the chat. If you want to go, or you can just look at me doing it. Okay, that's not it. My internet is complaining. Where is the link I just sent? Yes, now. So this is how it looks when you enter. Maybe most of you already have an account. It is good to have because then you have your own scenes recorded, you know, it's convenient. So this is the screen you face when you enter. And let's say, let's create a room. You will always find that it will load objects because that's the thing. It is objects that we have placed in a space. This is a scene that it gave me, but I want to make a very empty space for us. So let's say choose scene, and here I'm going to create a scene with Spoke. We will use Spoke a little bit later. First, I want to create our space. This is called wide open space. Someone made this. Because I wanted to have the less possible things so we can work there. Let's enter the room. Yes, I'm gonna enter with my muted microphone. So here we are. let's say I want to share this with you, so I copy and I send you the link in case you want to meet me there now. But know that this space is for us to practice everything we have been learning here. What else is in my slide? Yes. You know how in Mozilla Hubs we have the possibility to use whether some of the avatars they have there, or we can create our own avatars. And for that, once you're logged in, you will have in the room, you have the possibility to set name and avatar. I already have this one, which is based on a picture of me. And I love it very much, especially in experiences like this where we are learning together. It's nice to have something not so, I mean, it's one of the possibilities to have something more or less similar to your actual physical body. And if you're interested in that avatar, you can make it in this Ready Player Me avatar. You just take a picture of yourself and you tell it what kind of hair, what they didn't have curly hair, boo. That's why I have mine with yes. So I have my avatar there. Or you can choose any other of the other avatars if you click on Browse Avatars. And if you're more advanced, you can go to Blender, make your own avatar and import it here. So once you made your avatar, well, you can name it the way you want. Here's my Tiempos del Ruido, which is the name I used mostly. Okay, and so here we are. Of course, you can make a little selfie. So in this space, I propose that we start doing our experiments. Okay, now let's go to the basic way to add any media on our space. Hey, who's here? Who's Mick? Hello, Mick. Hey, nice to see you. Nice avatar. Beautiful star. So one thing we have to keep in mind here is that this is all web technology. So we need to keep it as light as possible for most people to see it in most screens. And that's something that even if I'm going to give you a lot of advices and recommendations that I know so far, but only with experience we will be able to really tweak details. Like for instance, Malitzi was telling me yesterday a bit about her process when she's the first version of the, oh my God, I haven't connected my laptop. The first version of Layering Corpus was clicking a lot. The sound was very unstable. It didn't do what she wanted. She had to do it many times until she finally created this sensation that you activate the sound once you pass it. But it takes quite a lot of dedication and time, no? But that's our work, and that's what we're going to do. So you can create, that's a beautiful fox, wonderful fox. I'm going to take a picture of this. That's beautiful. So you can create objects, you can take pictures, you can make videos. If you see this little one, thing is like, okay, look, you can put GIFs. Here are some avatars you can use. It's really, it already has so many things. You can have so much fun. But of course, when we're going to create our own piece, we will go deeply. Google Poly, look at all the objects. Hey, here comes the fox. That's where where the fox comes from. So let's say I want to show Mike a video let's say Reinik Bell, live coding. Reinik Bell is one of my heroes of live coding. So let's say, okay, I want to talk with Mike here in our space. I want to talk to him about this. Now, a good thing here with hubs that I have already tried. Well, let's try with this. But usually it's better to copy the whole URL than short versions of the URL. It will help a lot, helps a lot too. So I copied. Hello, ghost, yellow build. Who is that? That's really cool. Hey. So look, I copied with this share. I copied this link. Let's see if it works. So hello, ring-necked. We have 2 ghosts. Yes, Halloween. Yes, for Halloween. I love it. So you see, I copied here. We have a text box where we can chat. Hello. Boo. Or we can put media. So if I copy the link and if I send it, you will see the link in the chat. But if I copy the link and press on the magic wand, you will see the little cube. It means Hubs is loading that object, and I can move it around. I can stop it so it doesn't play right now. Is okay so far? Oh my God. Someone else is moving it. Okay. Oh, there are ghosts. Cool. But you can also, if you put the pointer of the cursor in the object, you see that it gets blue. It means it's selected. And then you press space bar, you will bring up this other menu in which you can tell it how big, how to rotate it. Maybe you can clone it. Maybe you don't like it, you delete it. You can open the link. You can refresh the link. I don't remember what it's this for. And if you're an administrator, you can pin it so no other ghost is going to move your object, no? Or you can unpin it. But I want to make it this really big. No? That's my cursor. Of course, as you can see, the more people in the room, we're using more resources, no? So, and if this supports well until 40 people. But if we have, because this is an empty space, we're not using a lot of the resources of Mozilla Hubs. But if we have textures and an architecture and the whole thing, then, and if we create a lot of objects, then it's going to start getting heavy and heavier, and things are not going to be so smooth as we want. So that's how you create. No, that's how you create sound. Video. That's how you put the video here. And this is a nice short way to do things. For instance, if I'm giving you a class, hey guys, come look. This is Reinik Bell. He's a live coder from Texas, but he lives in Tokyo, and he comes to Berlin a lot. And he wrote, as you can see, we have different, you can control here. I think every one of you can turn up or down the volume, right? Rewind it. So we have here this kind of settings. But as I am an admin, no? I am the only admin. So behave, I can kick you out. And if we, as an admin, I can go here to preferences and determine how I want the audio to behave for the people inside of the space. So I can say, okay, mute microphone on entry or not. I have already turned the volume, incoming volume down. And the media volume, so everyone can come here. It's not just me as an admin, but everybody who is in the space can come here and control how they want to experience the audio personally. Disable, you know. And we also have some things for the movement and the touch screen, because also remember some people will be using touch screen, and some other things that I don't use so far. But let's focus on the audio. Okay, so it's nice to have an open microphone here. Also, usually avatars react to the sound. They usually move their mouths when you speak. And oh, that's a very cute spider. Yes, Chippy. Oh, that looks really cool. Stasia, the spider was crawling all over you. And but let's say when I have usually given concerts in Mozilla Hubs, and I don't want to hear people talking while I'm listening to the music. So I go and I turn down the volume for incoming voice volume. I turn it down so I don't hear it. But in this case, for instance, if we were to have a conversation, then I would turn the volume up and we will talk there directly. But since we have our Zoom audio, we don't need this at the moment. So this is the most basic thing. Let's say now we don't want a video, but we want to load a sound. So whether you want to use one of the sounds you have or one sound on the internet, I have this little these samples of sounds from Stanford. They are very nice. So maybe we can play a little bit now, putting these sounds there. Like you can choose any sound. I'm going to choose. Also keep in mind, we haven't, I thought I was going to be able to talk today also about sound formats and recorded, but it was too much. Next week, we also, like the first part, theory part, we will go more in depth into sound formats and recording. But for now, I want to tell you that MP3 is a format, a sound format, that it has a good level of compression. Remember the samples we were talking about? The more samples, it will be a more realistic sound. Less sample, we can't hear it very well. Well, MP3 manages to have less samples, but a good quality. And that's why it is used on the internet mainly. And that's the format is better we use here in Mozilla Hubs. So if we put a WAV, it will take so much memory. So let's put an MP3. That's too loud. It's too early for that. A finger bass. Can you listen to that from my computer? So you can choose any sound you want from this list. I already sent you the list on the chat. So let's go to Hubs and everybody, let's just put sounds wherever we want, the way we just learned, using the magic wand. Maybe we can have a little space if you want. It's like, okay, I'm gonna put the sound here. So I'm going to copy my sound example. Wait, did I copy it? Yes, I think I did. Yes. So I'm not sending it in the chat. I'm clicking on the magic wand and this is the sound there already. So this is the default sound settings. If I move away from the source, it recreates what physically would happen in our physical reality. The more far away I am, the less I hear the sound. But when I come closer, we have more amplitude. Can you experience that? Yes. Wah! Some Jimi Hendrixy riff somewhere. Yes. Oh, beautiful. Oh, wonderful. It sounds so good. Very well. So with what we have already, we can make a little sound walk around our space and see how the different sound sources interact when we move. So this is our first approach to sound immersion. Now we're doing everything on one axis, you know. We are moving like in a physical reality, just in 2 dimensions, but let's fly and let's put sounds somewhere else. So to fly, you can just write this backslash and look at all the different things you can do. You can duck, you can shrink, but you can fly. Fly. And it says fly mode enabled. So you point your face, your view. If you point your eyes, let's say I want to go up to the top of the goat. I can fly here and I'm gonna put a sound here. No? But I want the sound to be hidden inside. Yes, I'm inside. I'm gonna hide here a sound. Let's see, do they have goat sounds? Yamaha electric. Let's say shakuhachi. That is a beautiful Japanese flute. That is going to be the voice of our goat. So I'm going to put it there. Gosh. How do I go back? Yes. Here. Here I'm going to put the voice of the flute. So when you get close to the mouth, and you see that from outside you don't see it. So that is, are you still listening to my voice okay? With all the sounds in the back?
We can hear your voice, but we can't hear the sound from the space.
You can't? No, that's very sad. But why? Maybe I didn't click on the, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. And maybe I didn't click on the share computer sound. Maybe I didn't do this before. Now. This is really beautiful. We already made our first approach. So we're using, okay, let's say nice, but I want silence now. I should be able, in preferences, to turn down the media volume. What is that sound? What? I'm hearing some crackling. How can I stop this? Or maybe soon. Is anyone else hearing some crackling noise? Like water, fire? Where does it come from? Is it from our
Yes,
space?
yes, we can hear it.
Where does it come from? It's not me. So
Can
it's
you
in the
try
space.
to mute the tab? Like it's possible to mute the tab itself, like by clicking on the tab in the browser with the right click.
Oh, I closed it.
Oh, now it's gone.
Well, now it's gone. So let's see if I get the link to our space again. This is our space now. Yeah, cool. Okay, so how was your first experience? What do you think? Now, this is what Mozilla Hubs lets you do from outside, let's say. Like, okay, I'm in the space, I can add a video, I can add, and I have the control to listen or not to the sounds of other people, whether the microphone or the sounds they have made. I have the control in my preference panel. I'm gonna cough. And generous tasty turf. Maybe we can, let's see if we can have a new name for our room. Room settings. Okay, let's call it Sound in VR. I'm on space. Usually 24 would be a good size. Can you see my screen and hear me well? Thank you. So as an administrator, I can let you create and move objects or not. If I deselect it, you won't be able to create things. So this is a good thing to keep in mind, because sometimes it depends on the movement and the trajectory in our piece, in our installation. Maybe at some points we want to let people draw, or we want to let people take pictures, or we want to let people speak. Some other times we don't, so it depends, no? But we have these possibilities. I think it's enough. Okay, I enter the room. Any questions so far? Any ideas so far? Also, you can just press G and it will enable fly mode immediately.
I have a little question.
Yes, please.
So I'm in the spoke.
In the what?
Spoke.
Okay, yeah, that's the next part.
So I was just wondering, so are you mean all the audio file has to be MP3?
I suggest you can make a. It's good that you make your own experiments, but MP3 is less heavy than a WAV or a NAIF. Yes, so it will help people. Imagine if you're loading from your phone, and it takes so long to load that sound. So
it just seems like if I trying to choose some samples from my laptop, the WAV file and the iPhone default file type cannot be select, cannot be open.
Well, we can't upload sounds from our computer directly. We need to copy the URL. So it must be a sound that already lives on the internet, is hosted somewhere. That's why I gave you this list of the...
Actually, I think you can, because in there is a my asset, and I can.
Okay, but you're in the spoke. Okay, wait.
Yes, I'm in the spoke. Yes.
So this is the where we are right now. Is how can I wait a second? It's just that there's a flute that is running and running. How can I go out? Close room? No! How do I go out of the room? How did you get to spoke? From where?
To the Get Started page. The Get Started page just gave you the link to use.
To spoke. Okay, so this is what we can do from inside the room. But the way Mozilla has a place to has a program called Spoke, where we can model our own rooms and create new things. So you entered Spoke from your own room? Do you have your own room? Look, get started. So in Spoke, we're going to need to create scenes, or to, what we're going to do now is set sounds in a most specific way from Spoke. So when we load the space, they're going to be part of the space already. So if we go to, let's say this one. Let's open this white space in Spoke. So this is our interface. It is demanding in terms of CPU, so that I have a MacBook Pro it's already starting to hit whenever I open Spoke. But look, they give you a little man as a reference, no? And the way you move here is different from the hubs. Here you drag the plane up and down, you see? And you approach, well, I don't have a mouse. I have a trackpad and it makes things difficult. So I think I'm gonna need a mouse. But with the trackpad, you just can come close and far away with the two fingers. But with a mouse, you can do that with the wheel, which is much better. So as you can see, I put a sound here yesterday. But if you go to assets, elements, no? And let's say, okay, first I'm gonna go to this step and then I will explain what you just did. If I go to audio, here, you see, I clicked on audio and it took me to these windows when I can see the hierarchy of the things and audio properties. This is our thing. This is what we need to explore. So first, let's put the audio URL. I'm gonna copy one of these again. Let's do this nonlinear string. Let's see what it is. So I copy the link, and again I want to emphasize that it's good to copy the whole link and not short versions of it. Especially Spoke has problem with that. So we go to Spoke. Can you still see when I switch? Are you looking at this? It opened in Chrome. Are you looking at my screen? Okay. So let's say I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna put this sound here. You can move it, you can drag it around, you can be super precise. And this is really, you need to sit down and try the different things. So this is what I want you to, because I will do it too with you. For next week, I would like that you create a room with these elements that we know already. Let's make a little installation. Just for us, for the group. Don't worry, it won't be shown in public. I just want us to use Spoke, play sounds as a way to say something. It doesn't have to be the most wonderful, the most of that, but you can, what I want us to understand is the audio properties. That is the main thing that we will work with during this workshop, because that's our main tool, no? So I have put the sound here, but I haven't told it what sound it is. So I put here the audio URL. And I can tell it here if I want the controls of the audio to be available for the audience. If I want it to start playing automatically. And if I want it looped. But most importantly, and this is the key for us to emulate 3D sounds, is that we're not going to use this stereo unless we want to, like Malit Sim Cortez, she explained to me that she had a mix. Some sounds were in stereo mode here. And those sounds you can hear no matter where you are, but you can hear them in your headphones. Maybe we want that for a moment. We want to hear that sound all the time here. But if we want to emulate that when we move close to an object, we hear it more like in our natural reality, then we go to panner node. And this is called web panning. Web panning is going to be our focus from now on. So with these little things, we just have to try things. We put the sound there and we select, okay, first the volume or amplitude that is measured in decibels. But usually you don't see decibels. You see just a number between 0 and 1. 1 is the top volume we can handle. So let's think about percentage here. Let's think like, okay, so 62% of volume. Distance model, this is what is going to give us the opportunity to feel like we are triggering a sound. If we want to create that, we use exponential. And then the roll-off factor. How is it going to behave, this sound? You have this little Fragezeichen, question marks here. But if we don't understand something, like for instance, okay, we want to learn what roll-off is, we can just Google roll-off spoke, and we're gonna have some. So this is our text for all of us this week. To exercise, create our own space, and exercise to put sounds there and change these parameters. Especially, let's explore the exponential roll-off distance model, and then the roll-off factor. We think here about meters, for instance. And this, thanks God, is in meters. And keeping our scale as the oh my God, I forgot the word. Our scale, like these little men are what allows us to compare the distances here, no? So let's change the distance. Let's explore each one of us when we're doing this with different distance, with different roll-off factor, and these angles. So how is the sound going to be displayed, no? So, well, these are the elements we're going to be working on in Spoke. Okay, so that's an audio that we just took from the internet. But let's say we have an audio that we prepared in our computer and we want to upload it there. So we go to My Assets. And these are things that I imported to my computer in order to decorate the space I showed you last time. Audio, I have no audio yet, but let's say, okay, I'm going to upload. Oh my God, where do I have audios ready to? Maybe here. Ah, yeah, maybe the samples of tidal cycles. They are here. Tidal samples. Let's say this one is a very short one. Oh, it doesn't let me because it's do I have MP3s here? Oh. Let's see, I don't remember having an MP3. But as I did, if you have MP3s around, you just load it, the sample. It should be an MP3.
Yes, I actually just found an MP3 in my laptop and it's loaded. Thank you.
And you loaded it, right?
Yes, yes.
But then you had a problem. You were telling me that you had a problem with it.
Oh no, I was just wondering, are they only accept MP3? And I think yes, they don't allow WAV file.
Yeah, because we're thinking this is web. We're not creating sounds for WebXR or Unity. Our task now is to understand how sound works in Mozilla Hubs right now, because this is where we're making our works. Anyway, it wouldn't be a bad idea to read about 300, well, that's what we're going to do next. No? So we have more tools to emulate properly sounds here, 360 degrees sound here in Mozilla Hubs. So you could place your sound from your computer into Spoke, right? You were able to do that. Yes. Okay. I can't find the MP3. I think I would need time to, or maybe I think you can see me doing this there. I don't need to hide anything. You can see everything. Look, everybody has audio editing software. Does already everybody have a software that allows them to edit audio? Yes. I'll take that as a yes. So in applications, I have one that I like very much. Ardour is amazing. It's open source. It's very professional. You can do anything you want. I recommend it. But for short things like this, I like to use one called Sound Studio. I have it already for so many years. And I don't remember where I got it from, but I recommend this. So open. I'm going to open one of the sounds that I showed you before, which are some of the samples I use for tidal cycles that we will talk about it in another lesson. When we talk more about live coding, Tidal samples. Ojos, let's say the first ojos. So I open it, it is anaif, right? This is the sound. Can you hear it? So with this software will allow me, I won't change anything, but here in this, you can turn the volume up and down. You can add some effects. You can do the basic stuff with the software like this. You can add an equalizer, for instance. Let's say I want the sound to be equalized a little bit different. I want a little bit less low frequencies, and I want it to reinforce a little bit the medium frequencies. And it applied the filter. Now it sounds different. The sound wave looks like it has more amplitude, some more volume. So I'm gonna be careful with my ears, take the volume down before I listen to it. Okay, so I'm gonna take this. I added a little bit of filter, and now I'm going to save as. Some other software, you have an export option, but I'm gonna save it as an MP3A audio, and I'm gonna put it in my desktop. Save. It can't be saved as MP3. Why? I've done it many times. Why? It should be easy to do this. Then let's try Ardour. Yeah, I remember that I have been using iTunes for that. That's not nice. But I have then. Well, if you have any question meanwhile, while I locate samples, let's use this. Audacity is another one that should work for this. It's also open source. Here's the sound. It should have an export audio. MP3 immediately. Okay, so I'm going to put it on my desktop. So it's good to have, and here you can put some metadata, which is good, which is a good practice. No, since we're putting our sounds in the internet, maybe it's good that it has information, relevant information. Okay, finally I made it using, I don't need to save the changes. So we have here our 8 epic frequency MP3. Now I'm going to upload it on Spoke. Audio upload. Epic MP3, open. Here I have the sound, no? And it already puts, because it's uploaded to the server hubs, it already automatically fills the audio URL here. So we can choose, maybe a good idea can be to put the sounds not here directly, but on the web, so we don't use so much memory of server hubs. I don't know, that's something to consider. We need to practice and do it many times. So here is my sound. And let's say, okay, I put it there. Okay, this is difficult with a trackpad. And let's say, okay, now I'm going to, this is it. I finished my installation. I'm going to publish it to Hubs after I spent many hours choosing my sound, working it, placing it, and I found something I liked. Let's call it my first sound. Now we are publishing it, and as you can see, before it publishes, it gives you a performance check, which is very important. And if everything is in green, we're good to go. But if something is in red, it means something is taking too much capacity, and it's going to make the experience difficult. So we see that the file size are low. I just have one light. I have no textures at the moment. I only have 4 triangles. I haven't understood very well the concept of triangles and polygons here, but that's something we will find out together. And then we publish the scene.
Do you need to republish every time the project after all the changes?
Yes.
Okay.
That's going to be a little bit pain in the ass, but you need to do it in order for you to really preview it, no? So it is, get ready to be doing this a lot. Let's create a room with this scene. So I made a scene, and I have a scene there that I can use as templates, no? For instance, it's like the space I used in Top Lab Berlin. Hilarious electric. It gives it random names. I love those random names. So if I enter here, I hear 2 sounds already that I don't want to hear, so I will stop them. Oh, these 2 sounds sound very nice, actually. So I'm sending you the link to this one. Just for you to see how it sounds, this little example. But then the task for us is going to be, okay, I prefer the sounds to be up and that it reacts earlier, that I can have an increase of volume earlier. So I would have to go back to Spoke and mess around with the audio properties until we find a nice setting. So it's going to be hours. So I suggest that we make this as a task for next lesson, that each one of you make a space in Spoke any way you like, and place 1 or 2 sounds. Yes? So that we can explain each other really. I choose this sound, and I chose this. I chose this roll-off factor, this maximum distance, because with that I could create this sensation. That is our task for all of us, including me. Keep it simple, because it really takes hours, especially if you don't have a mouse. Then it's going to take some time. Okay, so what do you think? Any questions so far? Comments?
Sounds good. Need to experiment now.
Now we need to sit down and experiment. But I think you have achieved a nice point. And now you have more tools to face these audio properties here, because now you know what it means well, the volume, you know what it is, no? And you have more tools to Google things on your own. But also, please ask me anything during the week. No, I'm there if you need something that maybe I can help you with. Well, let's have fun. And so let's. I think it works fine to have 1 hour theory, 1 hour practice, no? Yeah. So next week, let's go deeper into sound formats and 3D sounds. Like digital. I'm going to give you a history of a brief history of electronic music, so you understand where does it come that we're using sound in this way in art. And we will see some examples of 360 degrees audio and stuff. And then the second part, we will show the little installation we created for each other. And then we will visit each one's room, and this person is going to tell us, well, I did this and this because of that. What do you think? And we will go around through everybody's room, and we will learn from each other. Yeah. Thank you, guys. I hope you liked it. More questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm drinking from a Star Wars cup. Well, then I wish you a wonderful day. Have fun with Mozilla Hubs. And if you need me, you know I'm there. Okay, guys.
Good. Thank you. Have a nice day as well.
You too. Take care.
Goodbye.
See you next week. Mwah. Ciao. Thank you.